tree. How much fun it's gonna be together. This Christmas, the fireside is blazing bright. We're caroling through the night, and this Christmas will be a very special Christmas for me. Presents and cards are here. My world is filled with cheer and you. This Christmas, and as I look around, your eyes outshine the town they do. This Christmas, the fireside is blazing bright. We're caroling through the night, and this Christmas will be very special Christmas for me. Yeah. Let's go, Jabari! Fireside is blazing bright. We're caroling through the night, and this Christmas will be a very special Christmas for me. Yeah. Hang all the mistletoe, I'm gonna get Merry Christmas! This Christmas, and as we trim the tree, how much fun it's gonna be together. Jabari stole Christmas from them niggas. This Christmas, the fireside is blazing bright. We're caroling through the night, and this Christmas will be a very special Christmas for me. Yeah. I'm in such a good mood, y'all. Man. Shake a hand now. Wish your brother Merry Christmas. All over the land now. I love Christmas. All right, y'all. Okay. What it do? Man, it's a Monday. I'm off work. It's Christmas. I love Christmas. I want to wish everybody a Merry Christmas from the bottom of my little atheist heart. I'm saying Merry Christmas. But man, just in a good mood. I hope everybody in a good mood. I hope everybody enjoyed their Christmas and time with their family, right? I hope everybody is in the best of health. And if they're not, I hope they're working towards being in the best of health. Okay? It's Christmas. In a good mood. I'm even in a more better mood because I was able to handle all my Christmas stuff and still allot time to go live and kick it with y'all for a few. So I'm definitely in a good mood. Me going live and talking to y'all is actually, I enjoy it. I really enjoy it. I enjoy being able to get my thoughts out. I enjoy listening to other people's thoughts. I enjoy learning. I enjoy debating certain topics, um, and getting to clear information. And again, I love Christmas, right? Growing up Muslim, right? Um, it was times where, you know, in my household, we didn't celebrate Christmas. So, it was always seeing my friends and everybody else, my cousins who were Christian on my father's side, everything they, had Christmas, and, it was something that I always, seen as just a beautiful holiday, right? But my grandmother always made sure, since me the rest of my cousins and them celebrated Christmas and everybody stayed at my grandmother's house. My grandmother made sure to when we came over to eat dinner, she made sure to have a lot of presents and things under the tree for me and my sister because of our religion, and she was steadfast on making us have a wonderful Christmas. Um, so you know, definitely love Christmas. It always was beautiful growing up. Um, and then my mother had fell on hard times. My mother and father had actually split up, and when they did, we had went to stay with my grandmother for a year, for like 2 years, I think. I remember doing 2 Christmases living at my grandmother's house. Um, and it was just amazing. It was so good that my mother did Christmas for us ever since, you know? Um, because those two, I mean, just amazing. Like I can remember everything about them. So when we moved back out on our own, my mother actually was came back to, you go back to mama's house, get your stuff together. And we moved out. She actually brought her first house moving out, of, to get back on her feet. She just needed time to get herself, get some things in order. And when she brought the first house, purchased the first house, ever since then we had Christmas ever since then. And it was and my mother did her thing with her Muslim ass for Christmas. You know what I mean? I think by being at my grandmother's house, she realized her childhood, right? And how fun Christmas was to her growing up. So, she came to her senses and said, I can do the secular holiday of Christmas, and it was, family, friends, presents. It's nothing wrong with anybody who try to tell you it's something wrong with Christmas, something is wrong with their heart. You know what I mean? It's like saying there's something wrong with Christmas. I mean, the spirit of Christmas. Um, the spirit of Christmas is amazing. Thanksgiving is amazing. Anytime where you showing love to friends and family, and just people in general during Christmas is, way more loving and caring. Everybody you in stores, everybody telling each other Merry Christmas and Happy New Year's. Just a good old time. But yeah. Oh man. So I'm enjoying my Christmas. I hope all y'all are enjoying y'all Christmas too. So without further ado, the man of the hour is the cold-blooded priest of the Shrine of Mayat, the one and only Mr. Jabari Osaze. Yes. Let's give a round of applause for the venerated scholar, Dr. Jabari Osaze. All right? Dr. Jabari Osaze, well, he's not a doctor yet, but he's going for his PhD. Jabari is an Egyptomaniac. All right? Let's set that record straight right now out the gate. Y'all know how I go at the Egyptomaniacs and, my stance with them. But Jabari hasn't been defeated by nobody who has come up against him yet. Now, there's many who hate him, right? But they can't beat him. Now, I was talking to Unc earlier on the phone, and I gave him my synopsis on why I feel as though can't none of them beat Jabari, and why none of them do good against Jabari so far, right? Because the gloves is on. Me and Corey talks about that often, right? With some people, you got to take the gloves off in order to win the conversation or the debate. See, the gloves is off with the Hebrew Israelites. The gloves is off with the Nation of Islam. The glove is off with flat earthers. The gloves is off with the Nation of Islam, the Moorish Science Temple, the Indians, the Aborigines, or whatever they call in themselves. The gloves is off with all of these guys, right? But with the Egyptomaniacs, the gloves is not off. So you're never going to inflict the damage that you need to inflict on them. Why do I say this? Because when you're arguing or debating against the Nation of Islam, the place to go at, right? The first two people you need to attack is the root. Y'all feel me? It's easy for them to take the gloves off against the Nation of Islam because none of them are in the Nation of Islam. So they take their gloves off and they understand, I'm not just debating the proponent of the Nation of Islam or the member of the Nation of Islam. I have to attack the root and dismantle the root, the core architects, right? The foundation, right? So they go straight at W.D. Fard Muhammad and Elijah Muhammad. Clear win. Clear win. You show how it was started, right? The people that started it, right? How they twisted things up, how they was wrong, how they was pseudo. The same way with the Abos. You go at the root. You go at Dane Calloway. You show how completely crazy Dane Calloway is, how uncredible he is, right? You go straight at it. Gloves is off. With the Hebrew Israelites, you go at its core. You go at the commandment keepers. You go at the General Yahana. You go at the foundation, right? You go at the foundation. The same way with any other thing that they debate, you go straight and cut off the head. When it comes to Kemet and why Jabari is so hard to deal with, because y'all won't take the gloves off and go at the head. Y'all coddle Dr. Ben. Y'all coddle Diop. So in doing that, Jabari gets to skate all around y'all. Because y'all won't knock his motherfucking head off. Y'all won't deal with Dr. Ben, Diop, John Henry Clark. You dig what I'm saying? Theophilo Banger. Right? Y'all won't deal with them. So because y'all won't deal with them, Jabari keeps winning over and over and over again. What are y'all going to do? And what's the newest thing? The newest thing is to go get PhD scholars on Jabari. Y'all literally had to go and get a PhD scholar to deal with Jabari when y'all should have been dealt with that nigga. See? This shows that y'all know y'all ain't in Jabari's league. Y'all had to go out and get a PhD scholar in the origin of Christianity to try to get a win off of Jabari. It's crazy. Because y'all couldn't do it. Simple and plain. Y'all couldn't do it. And first off, for me to be totally honest, I don't think y'all can do it. You know, Jabari got the best pseudo package when it comes to ancient Egypt. He got the best pseudo package. All right? He's a trained historian. So he can mix all of those old sources up, right? And put it in a cohesive manner where he can lay out the perfect argument. And he'll also use the so-called gurus of the conscious community, right? To even solidify the nonsense, he gonna use Dr. Ben. He gonna use Diop and them, right? Just for the icing on the cake. On top of that, he's well-spoken. He's clear. The brother is clear, right? He's clear. Great orator. Great. You dig what I'm saying? Now, this is just me giving him his props, right? Now, do I agree with Jabari? No, I don't. That's the point. And big ups to Dr. Reggie or Brother Reggie for making that point, right? See, even though Reggie hates Jabari, Reggie is honest enough. It's one thing about Brother Reggie. No matter what we might say about him, right? He has a childlike honesty. It's childlike, right? Where if you listen to him, he's going to give you the truth. Just listen to him. Just let Reggie talk, right? Let Reggie talk. He's going to give you everything you need, and he's going to be honest. He said, I agree with Carrier's point, but I don't feel I agree with Carrier's position. But I feel as though he did not win the debate. And he hates Jabari. And that's the same way I felt walking away from the debate. I felt it got a little touchy, right? At the question and answer point of the show. At the question and answer point of the show, I felt as though he had Jabari. And I felt as though he could have pulled Jabari whole 2 hours apart just in the question and answer period. You know, I felt as though, the back and forth, I think Carrier, if it would have lasted a little while longer, I think Carrier would have been able to pull Jabari's premise completely apart. I do. But he didn't. He didn't. So Jabari made it out of there by the skin of his teeth. Cause that question and answer period. Woo-wee! That's when I said, oh, Jabari is all over the place with this. Right? His debate or his information wasn't as structured in the right, it wasn't, it was all of the normal stuff we've been hearing for the last 40 years, right? That Christianity came out of Egypt, and you make a correlation here, and they had the resurrection 2,000 years before Christianity, and Isis was a virgin. You dig what I'm saying? Mary was a virgin. Osiris was a resurrected God, and Jesus was a resurrected God, and Osiris preceded Christianity by more than 2,000 years. And so, Egypt being that close to Israel, even, how they even agree that Egypt had ruled over Palestine, at different periods in time. And you can find the Hezekiah seals. So you can see different things being in Palestine that actually came from Egypt. So the archaeology witnesses against Christianity on that level, right? Now, I don't agree, but I'm just giving the overall synopsis. The Bible itself witnesses against Christianity in certain aspects, because it talks about how the Jews were sojourned in Egypt for 400 years. It talked about the founding, the one Aaron, Joshua, and Moses, right? The ones who created those foundational Jewish tenets, right? So we'll say Moses, Aaron, and Joshua all came out of Egypt, right? Most people just say Moses, but I'm going to say this again. Moses, Joshua, and Aaron, right? Aaron started the priesthood, I think, right? He comes out of Egypt with Moses, right? None of these things were established until they came out of Egypt, right? It's just like saying that, if African Americans was to start another colony somewhere, right? Being in America for 400 years, we'll take a lot of American ideas with us. A lot of foundational things about our new colony will clearly be originated in American thought and philosophy and technology and everything, because we are American. We've been here for 400 years. The same way, if we're taking the Bible as a source, then the Hebrews left out of Egypt as Egyptians. They could be, only thing they could be is a religious sect of a different religious sect of Egyptians. They was there for 400 years, according to the Bible. So the Bible witnesses against Dr.Carrier's and them points. So Jabari can do business with that. He can do business. Not that I, agree, just being honest, right? And y'all know I'm not an Egyptomaniac, right? But the Bible does place the Jews in Egypt, right? Or they placed themselves in Egypt for 400 years. And then when you go to the Bible was actually written, I think, in Egypt, right? The Septuagint was written in Egypt. So there's a lot of things that witness against where the Bible and the people of the Bible put themselves in Egypt, right? And then when it comes down to the historical era, I think the Septuagint, right, was actually written in Egypt. So Mitch, I'm not saying, I said the Bible witnesses against itself or witnesses against Christianity. I said I agree with Carrier, but the Bible puts itself in Egypt. It puts the Jews that Christianity comes out of in Egypt for 400 years. Now, Mitch, you can say the Bible is lying. Fine. I don't care. I don't read the Bible. But they say they was in Egypt for 400 years. They say that they also say that Jesus and his mother and father went to Egypt. They say that they took the baby Jesus and ran to Egypt. So not only was the Jews that predated the Christians, which Christianity supposedly comes out of Judaism, the Jews say that they were in Egypt for 400 years. And then in the Christian Bible, the Christians say that Jesus was in Egypt. That's the Bible witnessing against themselves. Or not themselves, because they're not making up, you dig what I'm saying? But if I was to use the Bible, I could show a direct, you know what I mean? Like, so if the Jews was in Egypt for 400 years, if Jesus and his mother and father was in Egypt, right? They would have had to sing the Egyptian religion some type of way. Like, I don't think they could just be there and just miss the religious practices of the Egyptians, right? They would have had to sing something. If the Jews was there for 400 years, right? They wasn't there 400 years with blindfolds on. They would have to see the Egyptian religion in some type of way. Not saying that they was actually in Egypt, but the Bible says they was. What do y'all want me to do? Jesus was in Egypt, according to the book that talks about Jesus. And there's no Christianity without Jesus Christ. So somebody seen some type of Egyptian religion. Some type of Jew seen some type of Egyptian religion. All right? Now, a better way to go about it is to show how, and I think Garfield does a good job at this, show how the Jews were lying about a lot of things in the Bible. Garfield does a lot. Garfield shows the connection to Mesopotamia. He shows how the stories are more closely aligned to Mesopotamian um, uh, religious philosophy, right? So I think uh, Garfield does an amazing job at that, right? He does. He does. I learn a lot from, when I sit there and listen to Garfield ramble, right? He throw out some stuff when it comes to biblical history, right? Near East studies, religious philosophy, all of that, and the history, the transmission, the movement of peoples. Like he does, he do his work, right? We ain't gonna hold them. We ain't gonna hold them. So yeah, I feel like now let's get to this debate, right? I paid my $30 for the debate, right? I was off work yesterday, ain't have nothing else to do. I don't watch football, right? Ever since the Kaepernick situation, I haven't watched football. All right. Just I'm just that type of person, right? Yeah. But anyhow, Um, now if the Ravens are doing good, then I'll sneak a game or two here or there, you know. But for the most part, no. And my family are big on football. Like my whole family, they get together. The women cook. Every Sunday is at a different person's house. You know, 30, 40 people in one house. Eating, watching the games. You dig what I'm saying? Like, yeah, it's lit, right? It's lit for us. But we all set up our houses just to host the the Ravens games, right? I do a tour through my house, y'all to see it. Y'all to trip out, right? Because we compete with each other. I actually got a whole bar built uh in my lower level, right? Like a real bar. All right. I put TVs. I put a TV behind the bar. We got a TV on the other side. So the lower level is set up like a bar, right? Then upstairs, um, on the middle level, right? We have a whole 85-inch TV in the living room, and then is a swivel TV, a 45, a 47 that comes out. No, I think that's a 50. That comes out into the dining room for the women that's cooking and preparing the food. It's crazy, right? But and then every other family member who have means have tried to, emulate what I've done, and but over the last couple years, I haven't really been into it. So me and my girl haven't been hosting. Um, so I ordered the game. I ordered the Jabari and Richard Carrier debate on the Sinetta House of Consciousness. No, it was on. I forgot which one is on. House of Consciousness, Sinetta Studios, one of them, right? So I ordered it because I'm not into the football right now. Um, so who do I think won? Like I said, I agree. Like brother Reggie said, I agree with Carrier's position, but Jabari won the debate. He showed his sources. He sourced up pretty good. Um, and I feel as though he ruined Garfield and them Christmas. Yeah. He ruined their Christmas. Look at him. The Grinch. Live streaming. Merry Christmas from the shrine of my yacht. From the shrine of my yacht. Old Jabari. Put hands on them dudes. Right? So everybody is mad. Everybody is mad. Right? Everybody is mad. Everybody is saying how Jabari lost and this, that, and the third. You know. The typical people, though. Right? The typical haters of Jabari. The typical haters. And I gotta say this. Jabari says with Dr. Ben, Diop, Clark, and all of them say. So if y'all hate Jabari and his information, how the hell do y'all argue when we go in on Dr. Ben and them? What is going on here? Jabari preaches and stay in line. He's on code. So if Jabari is wrong about all his information and the shit he spills, then Dr. Ben and Diop and Dr. Clark and all of them other niggas was wrong. Y'all need to come out and say it. Stop pussyfooting. Stop fighting with me and everybody else who come out and say that those elders were pseudo. They were wrong. Y'all won't do that, but y'all will clearly keep going at goddamn Jabari like he's the devil. He's not. He's on code. Y'all off code. And I appreciate Jabari carrying that mantle. Right? He didn't pussyfoot around with it. He went and got a history degree so he could back up Dr. Clark in them's positions. Right? Now he's going to get a PhD. The same way with Wesley Muhammad. Now, I don't agree with Wesley Muhammad, but Wesley Muhammad went and got a master's degree to back up that Nation of Islam nonsense. He went and got a PhD so he can, fully stand on the teachings of the Nation of Islam and tweak it and make it better, right? To bring a scholarly approach to it. Jabari done the same thing. He didn't just rely on white scholars to say that Dr. Ben and them was wrong. No, he went into the academic halls and got their credentials so he could solidify what they had put forth. He just didn't wait for somebody else to disprove Dr. Ben and them. Wesley Muhammad didn't wait for somebody else or white people to say the Nation of Islam was wrong. No, he went and got himself a PhD. So he's saying, if this is credibility and can give credibility to my position, then I'm going to go get credibility for my position. Ain't sit on YouTube and cry and whine like Asa and them do. Asa, all you do is whine about academia and how you don't agree with them. Well, if you don't agree with them, go beat them. Stop whining at us. Nobody is listening to you. Nobody is reading Illusia, Volume 1 or 2, bro. We don't know what that shit is. Go debate a linguist. We don't believe you. We don't even. Where do you work at? Where? Matter of fact, my man, I'm gonna throw out the link in a minute, right? It's Christmas. Can I enjoy my Christmas? Anybody got some eggnog? But everybody know what I do for a living, right? Well, if everybody don't know what I do for a living, I'm a teacher. I am an educator. That's what I do for a living. Now, the subject that I teach in has nothing to do with history or ancient Egypt or none of this stuff we talk about. All right, let's be clear here, like Jabari say. But everybody know what I do for a living. I am a barber teacher and instructor, right? I teach at a cosmetology school. I'm also a successful barber. Okay? That's what I do for a living. So, I'm not out here saying I'm overturning anything about Egypt. I read Wikipedia. That's what I come on here and do. I come on here, I read Wikipedia. Wiki, 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 wiki. I come on here and I read Wikipedia. And I don't care what none of y'all say about Wikipedia, right? Anytime you start whipping their ass with Wikipedia, they say Wikipedia is not a good source, right? Anytime any source starts to disagree with them, they change the playing field. All right? So check the move. No, let me go back. So, everybody know what I do for a living, right? I'm not no rogue scholar or anything like that, right? I'm not overturning modern anthropology, right? I don't have a stance that's opposed to modern anthropology and history. I don't. I read history as it is. I understand the political nature of history also. I don't rule that out, right? So you have to read a wide range of historical sources to, see where pretty much everybody average falls in at, on said topics of history, right? But the Armin Raw Squad, okay? For instance, Asar, where that book at? Hold on, let me go get that book. Asar, Sinjeti, and Wu Jiao, right? They are these linguists and they could break down ancient languages and they read these ancient languages and interpret them, and they do all of this, right? And they go against the consensus of mainstream academia. They do all of this, but we don't know what none of them do for a living. At least we know Jabari teaches history at a university. So that gives him some level of credibility when he's talking about history. Now, you don't have to agree with him. Not at all. Not at all. You dig? But for the most part, right, we are where we're at with Jabari. We know what he does for a living. We don't know what Wujao does for a living. We don't know. So, how is it that they are overturning academia and academic sources and all of this other stuff, right? How are they doing that? It's amazing. It's amazing. So, if these guys work in factories or at Amazon or FedEx or anything like that, right? The post office, or it would be crazy that they are running around. Just imagine if somebody at your job was a rogue scholar. Where do y'all work at, right? Say if most of us are blue collar workers, right? You might have a little factory job, or work at the post office, or you might be a firefighter, work at the airport. I mean, they are important jobs. Like, let's not, come on now. But just imagine if Asar worked next to you at FedEx, right? Checking packages, and then you find out one day that he's this rogue scholar that be on YouTube overturning ancient languages and deciphering the hieroglyphics out of tombs that was closed for 3,000 years. You would look and think that motherfucker was crazy. You say, yo, this the dude that I just was eating lunch with, right? That was talking about putting in time because he wanted to see if he got enough vacation time, right? Because he wanted to take his girl to Vegas. A regular dude. And then you find out that he's a rogue scholar and he can decipher 3,000-year-old texts and tombs like Indiana Jones or some shit. It would be, how would you even look at this motherfucker? You would think he was full of shit. That's just me. You would think this guy was full of shit. Literally. You like, bro, we check packages at FedEx together. We make $26 an hour. And you telling me that we was just beefing with the company trying to get some overtime hours, right? And you actually can read ancient languages and decipher them, and you working next to me? Like, seriously, bro, you that smart? You're that smart. And you're doing this for a living? Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of here. Get out of here. So, Jabari is at least doing what he do. He has a degree in history. He teaches history. Plain and simple. He's not too far off from what he does. Now, Dr. Reggie, I'll give you your prop. I'll give you your props. You have a degree in Black Studies. You're not too far off from what you studied in school. So that's cool. So if I work next to you, you dig what I'm saying? And, we ever talk, while we on an assembly line at Amazon, getting the packages out or, and we talk and you talk, yeah, I got my degree. I went to this university. I'm like, okay, so you took a job here to make ends meet. I understand why you work here. You know what I mean? That's cool, But, and if I ever came across your YouTube channel, I would understand why you do what you do because you said you honored in Black history or Black studies, right? So I could say, okay, yeah, that makes sense. The guy went to school for that. I hear him talking around, the lunchroom about different topics. He seemed pretty knowledgeable about those things. Okay, that makes sense. You dig what I'm saying? Now, the reading of the Medu Netta and that's something completely different. You niggas y'all done lost me with that. You feel me? Y'all done turned into full-fledged Indiana Jones. Fucking crazy. Everybody in y'all family probably think y'all crazy too. You feel me? Trust me. Anybody going around reading the Medu Netta. And that shit even is bugged out to me, even when I sit there and try to comprehend it, right? Because I didn't download books. I look over it and I try to understand it so I can have these conversations with y'all. But then I'm like, yo, I don't even know how to speak Spanish. Why the fuck am I trying to understand a dead language when I got 1 million Spanish-speaking people right in my neighborhood that I need to be able to communicate with, and I'm not even trying to learn that? It would be crazy, right? It is crazy to me that we will waste brain power on trying to learn a dead language. For what reason? For what reason? Even if I go to Egypt, don't nobody in Egypt even speak that shit. That shit ain't functional. That shit ain't functional nowhere. That shit not even functional in Egypt. They speak Arabic in Egypt. So that shit is bugged out to me. Bugged out. And then y'all try to beat people over the head with that. Now, Reggie, let me get you. Y'all try to beat people over the head, you know what I mean? Talking about you don't have a skill set of reading an ancient language. You know what? Every book that I got already say what those texts mean. I don't have to learn how to read it. It's already deciphered, line after line. Matter of fact, the TLA does it for you. So what the hell do I need to learn how to read it for? The same tools that y'all use, right? I can defeat y'all, right? Reggie, you can click the link. I can defeat you with the same, you know what I mean? What I can use the same tools as y'all and don't have to know how to read it, and I can get to the answer just as quick as any one of y'all. You want to do a speed test? You want me to put the link in the chat? Right? So, are y'all disagreeing with the TLA? Are y'all disagreeing with James P. Allen, Middle Egyptian? Right? Wikipedia even does a good job at telling you what certain glyphs and things mean on Wikipedia. Verify what? What do you need to verify? Reggie, what do you need to verify? You get the definition, right? You get the definition from Gardner, right? James P. Allen and all of them. So if me and you have a disagreement about an Egyptian word, the only thing we're going to do, right? The only way we're going to both verify it the same way with Egyptian dictionaries that's written in English. You ain't going to clear nothing up. The dictionaries is going to clear it up for both of us. Reggie wants smoke. Reggie wants smoke. Hey, Reggie, I'm not a pseudo killer. So put your gun down. All right? Don't come over here. I'm going to put the link in the chat, but chill out. I'm not a pseudo killer. I don't have that type of energy for you. All right? I'm going to put the link in the chat, but put your gun down. All right. Yeah, I'ma out Google this nigga, y'all. I'ma show him that I'm better at Google than he is at Meruneta. Reggie against Google. Let's go. All right, my Zoom loading up now, y'all. My Zoom loading up. All right, y'all. Let me I was talking to one of my kids. Multiple participants. Copy invite link. It's gonna be boom. All right, that got the link. Reggie, put your gun down. No, I was talking to one of the kids. One of my kids just came back from my grandmother's house. For Christmas early. You dig what I'm saying? I don't know why they back so early. I thought I had the whole house to myself. You know? Y'all don't know. Y'all don't understand. Here is something you can't understand. But yeah, Reggie, me and you against Google. Put your Meruneta to the test. And that's what I'm saying. Because y'all mad because Jabari stole Christmas. So we're saying we're doing a live stream. Merry Christmas from the Shrine of my eye. Merry Christmas from the Shrine of my eye. Jabari did his numbers. And y'all need to get over it. Merry Christmas, Jabari. Have a very comedic Christmas. Yeah. So somebody needs to step up in this community and deal with Jabari. Because at this point, I'm getting sick of it. All right? Everybody swear they disagree with Jabari. Ain't none of y'all fools dealt with him yet. What's going on here? Jabari ain't proved nothing. John Jones Jr. Jabari ain't proved nothing, and he still won. That's crazy. Jabari put out the same information that's been out for the last 40 years from Dr. Ben and them, and Carrier could not do nothing with it. Couldn't do nothing with it. What's wrong with y'all? Hey, I need one of my mods to pin that Zoom link for me before we lose it. If anybody can pin that for me. Yeah, he's the Mayweather of the conscious community, right? Because the right people are not stepping up. No. So check the move. Now, I agree with Garfield, right? I feel like a debate needs to happen in the conscious community, right? I feel like Asar Imhotep needs to debate. 3 people. I got 3 people for Asar Imhotep to debate. All right? And this is what I want to see this coming year, right? Asar Imhotep has to face this year, 2020, in the coming year of 2024, he has to square off and face Smash Rockwell. He has to face Smash Rockwell. What's the Sumerian dude? Who was the Nuwapian? Oh man, it's a dude that know ancient Sumerian who was a Nuwapian. Oh man, what is his name? Come on, somebody help me out. Richard Chuck Morgan. So it would be I think Asar Imhotep needs to hold on. Yeah. I think Asar Imhotep needs in 2024, he needs to debate Smash Rockwell, Chuck Morgan, and Garfield Reed. They are 3 debates I feel as though Asar need to take this year. You dig what I'm saying? I think Smash Rockwell, I think Chuck Morgan and Garfield will all make him stretch his muscles a little bit. You dig? And I'm not sure that any of them can defeat him soundly, right? I think Chuck Morgan might be the best one to, depending on the subject matter. I don't know how strong Smash Rockwell is with Sumerian text and, you know what I mean, being able to do that. So, you know, I heard Chuck Morgan a few times. I think he got a pretty good grasp on that, right? I think Assad get him with the Marionetta. You know, Assad do this weird comparison with languages that only he does. So we had to see. Reggie, what's up, Reggie? Merry Christmas.
Yeah. Happy holidays, man. Happy holidays to you and your family,
Thank
right?
you. Same to you.
Okay, so the problem is why we do this work is that there are problems in what they call Egyptology that is stuck in the 18th and 19th century. Well, yeah, the 19th century, right?
Mm-hmm.
And so one of the problems is you can Google all you want on the word Kemet. It's always going to come up the Black Land,
Right.
right?
I'm with you.
Okay, all right. But the problem with that is that's where I wrote my publication, is that there is no direct reference in any text that to Kemet to the Black Land. There's no text to the black silt.
Mm-hmm.
So they say it's the colors based on the silt. There's no textual sources. That's a Egyptology 19th century convention, right?
Yes.
That it means that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So then what else can it mean, right? So, well, then we read the text and we find out that they revere black cots, they revere black rams and black cattle, right? Black animals, right? Then they talk about their gods, and so they talk about everything else except for the people. So if you Google all you want, that there's no win on that. You actually have to do the work. Now, well, people like going to the museum, Chef, right? They like that, right? Outside of the classroom, I mean, fine. I mean, this classroom stuff and getting a degree in it, well, most likely you're not going to be teaching Black studies with a bachelor's degree or a master's degree. You're not going to be teaching it, right? You might get a job in education teaching, right? K to 12, right? But nothing more, right?
Right.
The reason why we do it is because debating information is a sport, and it all started with people trying to prove religion. That's how we got into it. People started trying to prove the Moses story in the Bible, right? And then we came in with another element, which is Africa. Okay. So there's another. So Kemet is a big problem. We had another problem with Jabari saying that, continues to say that ISIS, who is supposed to be a god, a Set, right, is a virgin. Like, just think about that. A god that can, a god. You know what a god does? You know if a god is a virgin or not? A god is not real. But to have these type of discussions. Now, did the ancient Egyptians say that she was a virgin? Well, we have words that we can't translate to virgin. We might have the word maiden, but maiden is something that we look at in European feudal world. That's not Africa, right? So we have these problems where people say stuff and they think that you can't check it. It used to be like that when they used to say things like, "Old man Kush was the first inhabitant of Africa." That can't be right. Africans walked out of Africa into Canaan, right? That can't be right. So, in order to stop pseudos and things that we can't prove, religious, look, you can believe that religiously with Noble Drew Ali, that's your faith. Just don't try to prove it.
Right.
Please just don't try to prove it. Just say that I believe that the honorable Prophet Noble Drew Ali said that, and I respect it, and I agree with him. But don't try to come up and have a debate with Brother Reggie and prove that. You're gonna get Brother Reggie versus the Sharif Bey,
Mm.
right?
Yeah.
Prove it. You can't prove it. You can't prove it. It
Hey, I
was
think
nice.
that was some of your best work right there. You need to go back
Well,
to that, Reggie.
no, I do it. I do this all the time. Every time I speak, I usually bring out.
I think your Kemet argue. I think your Kemet position is a little weak,
Okay,
personally.
well, Chef, let
Go
me
ahead.
just tell you this. Don't you know that most of these debate topics that come up, I I authored? You don't know?
No, I don't. Let's go.
A lot of the debate topics that has come up is changed in the last year. But I authored the early many of the early debates, meaning these were concepts that I had talked about, that I argued with people, they become debates. You didn't know that?
No,
You didn't know that? You
they
haven't been a
they didn't
say what?
lie to me. They didn't lie to me. So let's get to this. Let's get to all right. You said that there's no reference to
Black Silk.
Black Silk, right?
Yes.
All right,
Yes.
but
Yes.
we're all in agreement that the Kim actually is a reference to something dark or black or close to black or something that's dark, right?
Yes, we are in now. We are in
Okay.
kind of agreement, but no,
So
when you deal with
hold
a
on.
star,
Oh,
it don't mean that.
no, we ain't fucking saw. We ain't need talk. We know we didn't already. I'm not even a hieroglyphic reader, and
Yeah.
I already done read enough to know that he don't know what the fuck he talking about on that. Like he
Yeah.
wrong. He wrong as 2 left feet. So
Yeah, I mean, he can compare it to all of these shalupa and make up words
yeah,
and
yeah,
act like he can sound shit.
yeah,
But
that's nuts. So let's get back to this. All right. So me and you are in agreement, right? So
yes,
far that the Kim is in reference to something black, right? Now,
yes,
but
dark.
something dark. But
Yeah.
your contention,
You too.
your contention is that since there's
Yeah.
no reference to the Kim being connected to the soil, and you can
Yes.
see the Kim being connected to people, right? But there's no reference that we found yet where it's just a assumption that they're given that is connected to soil, right?
Yes, there's no. Yes,
Right,
that's a European convention,
right.
because then if it's not connected to soil, it has to be connected to skin. Now, the so the skin that is connected to first, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, is the animals. We know that directly, right? Una says that uh, he is the Saikem Sa Sit Kemet, right?
Mm-hmm.
So he's the black ram born of the black sheep,
Okay.
right? We know that in the pyramid text. So
Mm-hmm.
now we know that the word now has also a relationship to skin color,
Okay.
right?
Right.
Okay. So, and the skin color
No,
is
no,
dark.
no, no. I'm sorry. I don't agree with that. I mean, you
Oh,
go
you
ahead,
don't
but
agree?
go ahead. No,
You
I
don't.
don't agree with that. You,
Well, okay. Tell me why you don't agree with it. Does Winnie say does Winnie say that he is the Sai Kim Sa Sit Kemet? Yes or no?
okay, I can agree that it says that,
Okay,
but
great.
but is that talking about his physical features?
Wait. Hold up. Okay, so then that's the transliteration. The
Uh-huh.
translation that everybody gives, that it starts when it's with the 2 horns, that see that you are the black ram
Mm-hmm.
born of the black sheep,
Mm-hmm.
right? Now, there's a couple of things going on here.
Okay.
He's saying he's the black ram. Okay, that's fine. But then he says something important. He says, born of the black sheep,
Mm-hmm.
right?
Yes, sir.
Now you have another element that popped out, that he's just not the black ram, but he's also born of the black sheep.
Yes, sir.
So how can a man be born of a black sheep? That's his animal representation.
Bro,
His
are you
animal
serious?
representation. Yes, his animal What else is it? No, I'm chef. I'm having a if he says that
You
he's a black
smarter than
ram,
this, Reggie. Hey, Reggie, you're smarter than this.
oh,
Like,
I'm way smarter.
yes. So I feel like you playing with me right now.
No, I'm not.
I literally feel like you know better than this. So
No.
okay.
Come on, chef. Come on.
All right, so
you've been
boom.
wanting to try me for a while.
Right.
Come on. I'm on my phone outside, by the way. But let's okay. Let me hear what you gotta say.
All right, so let's go back to it not being a reference to soil, right? Now,
to black silk, correct.
Right. So it not being connected to black silk. Now, we know that there's thousands of years in between certain texts. So sometimes it'll skip and we'll find the word later on in another form, right? Or iteration of the Egyptian language, right? So by the time we get to the Greek period, right, we have different references that they used, right? That actually, when they transliterated back into the older form of the language, they would use another word in correlation to the word that they had previously used, right? So when they were using Kim, right? In this earlier period, when you move up to the Demotic period, I think they were using a word like I can't pronounce it. It would be like ayat, AIT or whatever, right? What is that in reference to? The AIT.
1 second. The train.
I mean the IAT.
Well,
or the
first,
N30 glyph.
First of all, I listened to you. You should read my paper because they're using in Demotic, they're using Kim as the same in the same period of in Demotic. Now in the Greek period, it doesn't matter. It's that's what Jabari's doing. That's not ancient Egypt. That's another culture coming in, and they may not feel comfortable. They might want some administrative changes. They don't want rebellions. So when Jabari says things, what is this thing about Cyrus being cut up in 14 pieces? That's not ancient Egypt. That's not ancient Egypt. That's late. That's the Christian era. That's late. They didn't say that ancient Egypt. Ancient Egypt is Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, right? And then there's late. So that's late period and beyond.
So but this is what I want to do. I'm sure. Let me lay out my premise, and then you tell me where I'm wrong, because I'm not the Metal Netter scholar. All right.
No.
So okay, this is how my brain is working on this, right?
No, you got a good brain. So I like it. You're more reasonable than the rest.
Okay.
Right?
All right. So when they're using the I'm wrong. The IAT, right? The N30 whatever glyph, right? And they're saying that, where they can interchange that with the older Demotic glyph for Kim, right? Now, the thing
Who says that, first of all, and then I'm sorry, I'm outside.
You want me to source up?
Yeah.
Okay,
Well,
okay.
yeah, I'm
I'm about
outside
to pull.
because what it is that's a different period.
I understand. So let me work it.
So why are you doing that in a different period when the period where it becomes important, you lose that period?
No.
Go to a later period.
I'm trying to show that there was a correlation between those two words, right? Going all the way up to the Coptic period, right? Which ties them all back together. But it was a reason.
No, the Coptic has changes. So you're going to a period where, think about this, Chef. Africa 4,000 years ago was still tribal. Egypt was tribal.
I'm with you.
Right?
Right.
They become more modern when they meet other people and they grow. These are really early Africans, right?
Right.
And they think a certain type of way. They think in cult. They have cults,
And
right?
tribalism. Right. I agree. Right.
Right.
But just give me a second, Reggie. Just
Yeah, but
follow me.
I
No,
don't
just
want you to make them super Africans where all of a sudden, where all of a sudden, Chef, they're not ancient Africans anymore. They're modern Africans.
no,
You know,
no. I'm still dealing with, because I think the Greek period is key right here. I do. I know you don't agree with it, but a lot of our understanding about the Greeks was there when the ancient Egyptians was still speaking their language. So we gotta give them credit for that at least. You dig what I'm saying? We gotta give them credit for at least being there when that language was actually still being spoken. All right. So again, the word AI, I'm wrong. IAT or IAT or whatever was used in reference and interchangeable with the older form of KM.T, right? But the thing, like you said, there was no direct reference connecting the KM.T to the soil, right? But
yeah,
the later word that they used, right, the N30 glyph, the AIT, was directly had a reference in it for the land, right?
right.
So,
But we
right.
talking land now. Are we talking about? Go ahead. Are we talking about color of land?
Yeah, no,
Because
not
the color of
direct,
the land.
not directly, not
Right.
directly, not color. But
Right.
the later word was
Right.
talking about the land, right? So they obviously looked at it and said, if the later word that was derived from the KMI or the KM.T was talking about land, then more than likely, right, that the KM.T was talking about land also, right? The same way, I don't see how you just jump to the color of people's skin like that. You're not
Oh,
making.
because right. Because I got you. But here's the thing: is you're messing up with the. Okay, let me be
Go ahead.
polite with this.
No, do
Chef,
me dirty.
land can have different. Land can have different colors.
That's a fact.
Land can be red, right? It could be
Mhm.
black. It could be sandy. It could be different colors. All right. So, in the time period, the ancient Egyptians are tying the color to something, right? Now
Mhm.
we're not so sure what they're tying it to without evidence. So we look at all the things that it could be tied to,
Mhm.
right? What we find out is that it can be tied to everything else but skin color by white Egyptologists. Everything else. So then when we have a text that says
How
the king says
likely?
that he's the
How
black man.
likely? How likely is it that is connected to skin color versus the land? Let's do that. I'm not trying to deliberately rule it out. Now, I'm not going to
Well,
deliberately
there's
rule it
no
out.
okay. So there is probabilities even without the direct quote, right?
See,
But
that's why
it
I
gets
fuck
muddied
with you,
because
Reggie. That's why I fuck with you, because
right,
of your honesty, bro. The- Go ahead, keep going. Now we getting somewhere.
right. Okay. So then it comes down to well, what is the relationships? So now we know we have quotes that says the black land and the red land. We know that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right. But it could be the black inhabitants and the red inhabitants, right? Okay, but that's just the land. The problem has always been skin color, right? So in the 19th century and so, Egypt couldn't be black. It just couldn't be black. Even if it looked black, they had to be dark white people. It just couldn't be black. right? So now it gives us a chance to say, well, I don't believe what you're saying, white PhDs. Show us the evidence.
Mm-hmm.
When we ask for the evidence, they go bananas. Now, then we have black people who agree with the white people, it can't be skin color, but the white people never showed no evidence. But you got black people like Ankh and them, right?
Mm-hmm.
And the Gilligan's Island, right? With, watch this, no research skills. Best they can go and buy a book, read a bibliography, but they can never verify it themselves. I'm not listening to them. I'm not listening to Gilligan's Island. I'm not listening to the professor and the girl and the captain. I'm not listening to them because they don't have the skill. They don't even have the skill level to compare. Now, getting back to you.
Okay.
Well, what do we have references of people and phenotypes or of people with the color Kim? Do we have that?
Yes.
Well, we do. Do we have people calling themselves Kim? We do.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We have people calling themselves Kim, people call them Kemet, people call themselves Kemetiyu, right? People calling themselves Western Kemet. We have this information that somehow people are calling themselves Kim, right? That doesn't still answer directly that they are calling themselves by their skin color.
Right.
Right?
Right.
I got that. Right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Because I'm trying to be honest.
You do.
Right?
Yeah, I agree.
Okay. Right? But you're not going to put up a special alert. Brother Reggie didn't say the Egyptians was black like Gilligan's Island. Right? You know they did that, right?
Yeah, I seen it.
Yeah, Gilligan's Island does a special alert on a scholarly situation where it's not decided by scholarly, and they do it against a person who's like them. But the difference between me and Gilligan's Island is they could never publish a journal article, and I'm a single source journal article writer. I'm not on there with a whole bunch of people doing backflips and shit. I'm an individual, right? And I write 25 pages. Sourced. They're not. Gilligan's Island is not going to do that.
All right, so
All they gonna argue is social construct.
So
Yeah.
Reggie, so this is my problem, right? I don't want you to go down the same road that Asar and Wujai and them went down, right? Now, I feel like they went down the nasty road of the riparian land, right? I think.
Oh.
I think
No,
that.
but let me just stop.
Hold on.
Stop you
But
and tell you why.
I think you start you and Smash are starting to rear off. Y'all going down. Y'all fought against them,
Okay.
right? Going down the nasty, unsubstantiated road, right? And
Okay.
the only thing that's saving y'all from completely wiping out, right, is the fact that y'all admitting that it says black, right? So that's
says
the
Kim.
only
It
thing
says
that's
Kim.
keeping y'all, right, that's the only thing that's keeping y'all still in the car. Because, you know, they ejected themselves out of the car. They went full into a wall and got ejected, right? You two niggas still got y'all seatbelt on, but y'all about to take a nasty spit. I promise you, yo.
Let me explain why. Let me explain why. The difference is I published in a journal.
Okay.
A journal is by automatic set for peer review. First, I had to be approved by PhDs.
Okay.
I published it in their journal. Second is published. You could critique it with good arguments.
Mm-hmm.
You can cite me. You can put me in a book and say you disagree with me. You can't. You can do that with books, but usually if it's not in how can I say, if you're not well substantiated, no professor is going to use your work. Professors can use my work to agree and disagree. I'm way past the conscious community. I'm way past, because why? I have a journal article. Journal article is set up for peer review. So now watch this. I am not in a nasty situation, right? I'm in a situation, well, if you disagree, then you do a review. So I'm set up for peer review. I'm set up for, so I'm different. I breathe different air, right? I'm not
Right.
watch it. I'm not making any money. So when people say Reggie's scamming, I took 6 months to a year out of my life to research the subject, to come with an argument that I substantiated with not Reggie, but with sources.
Reggie,
With
stop.
sources.
Reggie.
Yeah, yeah.
Awesome. I'm proud of you for writing that article. You doing your thing. But how does it get to skin? Show me the reference, right? If you saying there's no reference to it meaning soil, then give me the reference where it's saying skin.
Okay, that's easy, because ISIS is written as the dark woman, or the black woman with the glyphs. So those glyphs apply to anything else, meaning the hair glyph, right? Right? Makes her the dark woman. Then in my last paper to Gilligan's Island, and here goes my train, they changed, they created a new ISIS in the Greek period. ISIS stopped that, and then they call her the black ruddy woman. So they make her black, but then they make her black red, right? So now I know that they were always talking about skin color, because we have two different ISISes, a black one and a black red one.
Awesome.
So now, okay, I'm on the train, so we might get a little disconnected,
Hey,
right?
you got a good cell phone service to be on. If I go down into the subway, I don't get no bars. That's
5G, bro. 5G.
you guys. What's up, Corey? Merry Christmas, bro.
Merry Christmas, man. Merry Christmas to you, Reggie, too.
Happy holidays to you. I'm not getting into the comedic Christmas shit, right? I'm just saying happy holidays to you and your family.
That's right. We
Right
accept
on.
that. What's going on, though, Corey?
Yeah, I appreciate the dialogue y'all having. I think it's pretty fruitful. It kind of sparks a question for me, because and mind you, I ain't got a dog in the fight, or
Right.
I ain't even have I'm not a scholar on this shit at all.
Corey, come on.
I wanted to know, Reggie, like the circle with the cross, like does that and I don't know how the meta netu goes, but I would assume that, because as far as I understood, the circle with the cross meant like a territory or a region, or
the X, the circle with the X in it.
Yeah, X,
the land glyph. The city glyph. The city glyph.
The new it.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a city? I thought it was like a town, or it's probably all of that, right? Town, city, or whatever.
Yeah, town, city, community, group of where people live.
Locale.
Yeah,
right. So my question is, like, when they talking about like skin color, wouldn't they leave that one out? And then when they talking about like the land, wouldn't they include that one? You know what I'm saying? Or am I misunderstanding the way that goes?
Okay. Well, okay. So that's a good point. And so in my conversation with Gilligan's Island, my last video, there's a famous PhD. Her name is Alexandria Nibby. So she uses the Kim glyph, the community glyph, right? And or the Kim glyph with the Newark glyph. And she says that it can only mean black town or black city. That's the only thing it can mean, black town or black city. Now, the problem with ancient Egyptian language is that doesn't necessarily.
Now she's saying you have to include that glyph, the X glyph. and then it only means town or city? Is that what you're saying there, or is you just saying
when
like?
you have when you have the new it means locale, town, city, community. That's what it means, right? Now, when you put something like the Kim glyph, it means black town. When you black city. When you put Tameri on it, right? It means the beloved land, locale, right? Okay. So the problem now, what happens is that now there is so if Kim and the city means black city, now what we do is we put Kim with other glyphs, right? With other determinatives or classifiers. Now we have to rule out what happens when we see it with the people glyph. What does it mean now? We got a man and a woman after it. So we have Kim, and then we have a classifier with a man and a woman, right? Because with Kim and the Nuit, it can only mean black town, black community, black city, right? Doesn't mean that the people are black. That doesn't mean that the people are black in itself. But the problem is now you have another glyph with black, Kim, and then you have people, right? And you don't only have that, you have inscriptions. And so whatever this Kim is and the people is, right? Whatever Kim is and the people is, when you see the text, they relate it to Egyptians. A word that appears much later because it's Greek. So then if we take the Greek out, what does it mean? The Kim and the people.
So are you talking about the glyph though? And not to interrupt, I apologize. I want to be on the same page with you. You talking about the glyph with the man and woman? They kind of deal in. Got the slashes, the 3 slashes, right? And that means people, right? Okay, go ahead.
And it means
all right.
people,
I'm following
you. It means people every other time you use it, right? It means people every other time that you use it. They're talking about people. Right?
I want you to stay on the same track, though, Reggie. I didn't want to get you off track, though. I want, I just wanted to ask that question.
I'm on a damn plane. I'm on a train. I'm on the right track. I'm on a damn train. Right? So now we look at the classifiers. So if the people glyph mean the people everywhere else, right? Okay, why when the Kim glyph comes, it does not now mean black people? Why?
I don't know. That's a tough question.
Or dark people. Right. Now, in my paper, since I'm writing an academic paper, I say at the minimum, it could be related to their cult practices of the sacred black cow and ram, meaning that Kim means sacred black people, right? At the minimum, right? At the minimum, because of all the other references that I put there. But nobody reads my paper, and that's why this community is full of shit. Because just because I write a journal article, right, means that it shouldn't be read, right? So the community is full of shit because I actually wrote an article and I cited my sources, not like Dr.Carrier. I cited my sources. And so the only person who disagrees, and I still don't know what he disagrees with, this is Sean. Sean and Harry, they're saying it don't mean black people, but he didn't do any original work. All he did was look at my work and then come to other conclusions. But he didn't show why it doesn't say what it says.
Right. He gave a critique and
yeah, he just critiqued me. So and then he wrote a book. Then he put it in a book. And Sean's my dude.
Oh well, he gave a good critique if he put it in the book. Then Reggie, you got to give him credit. I mean, whether you agree with his critique or not.
I mean, Amazon book. Anybody can write.
No, he put an effort in though. I mean, you gotta give him credit for that though, Reggie.
Oh,
If he
Sean's my man. Sean's my man, but check this out. There's a anybody look, then give us Saul a whole bunch of credit because he got like 5, 6, 7 books, right? Give everybody that.
No, I'm just saying, like the fact that he took the time to critique you in a book form.
Okay, he took the time, but it benefits him. He's making money off of it. I ain't making money off of
it. Well, your paper article gets, you know what I'm saying, gets attention. You know what I mean?
It does. That's why I can critique Jabari. I can critique Jabari and say, Jabari, I'm not gonna do Richard Carrier. I'm gonna show you that you're crazy if you're gonna say that ISIS is a virgin. First of all, she's a god. How could a god be a virgin? That's stupid in itself. And second of all, I can show you the text where she's being penetrated. Third, I can show you text where she's already married in the womb. So she's married in the womb, right? That means they've already been intimate. He just wanted
that's a good point, right? Being a virgin is a human thing, right? So is Mary considered a deity, like, or what? Or was she a human?
She a human.
Okay, so I think that kind of that don't violate that, then, right?
You're right.
I'm just asking questions. Believe me, Reggie, I ain't.
Mary, listen. Mary is where Mary is. In the Quran, the angel breathes into her, breathes into her, right? Pussy, breathes into a pussy, and in the Bible.
So was that metaphoric? Was that metaphoric, or was that how do you take that? Breathing into the pussy or whatever, you know what I mean?
Well, you have to have some way of getting the seed into the breath, right? But my whole thing is I don't believe that none of it happened. That's the whole point of it.
No, I'm saying like when we stepping inside the story, like let's step inside. Let's go ahead and grant them.
Corey, me and you, we're not gonna do crazy talk.
Right? Okay, I got you. I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you. I ain't mad at you, Reggie.
We're not gonna do the conscious community craziness, right? Where we actually believe this shit. We're gonna just say, yeah, it's a party on this fucking train. I came on this train for quiet. Now, so
New York
what happens
City, man, it's the city that never sleeps, man. City that never sleeps. Go ahead, though.
Yeah, it's the holiday, right? So
absolutely.
Now we're not going to believe any of this. We're just going to use the sources. But the mere fact that ISIS is supposed to be a goddess, I'm not going to intertwine. I'm not going to entertain whether she's a virgin or not.
Oh, okay, yeah. Now I see. I was mixed up. My first question disregard it. Yeah, I see what you're saying now. You can't compare ISIS to Mary, right? Because Mary is just a human being that got her pussy glued into or whatever, however you want to put it, right? Now, ISIS is an actual goddess. You can't be, and like I said before in my original statement, virginity is a human thing. Like you can't put that on virginity on deities and shit like that. You know what I'm saying? It don't make sense. You know what I mean? So absolutely, I'm walking with you 100%.
So don't take this the wrong way. But when Jabari was a Catholic, watch this. Don't take it the wrong way. It's gonna sound funny. They got him. They got him.
Can I add something to this conversation? This is Stu Peas.
What's up, Stu Peas? Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas,
and
everybody.
Happy New Year's, man.
Yeah, definitely. I love that pagan holiday, the Christmas.
Yes, sir.
I love my second plate of this dressing and sweet potatoes right now. Bro.
Yeah. I'm at a family's house now, and the amount of food that is there is fried fish, oxtail, turkey, chicken, pork. Every meat is like a Jamaican restaurant. Cake, rum, alcohol, wine. I love
So,
Christmas.
I
I
love
love
it.
Christmas. I love Christmas just like the Greeks when they went to Egypt. They loved the idea of the Egyptian deities. And so they formed these classical cults, these cults are the secret religion. Because when the Greek formed these cult of Isis, they had no clue who Isis was in the fullness. Isis dropped off grace nearly 600-700 years before the Greek came in. The Persians were in Egypt kicking up a storm doing their own bullshit. But when the Greek came, they romanticized the Egyptian lifestyle and they brought it back. Now, the thing about Greece is that Greece, on Mount Olympus, you have gods that are virgin. Athena was a virgin.
Yes.
So
Yes.
if you are insisting that Isis is a virgin, if we go back to the Old Kingdom
You're going to
and look
transform
at
her.
yeah, if you look at the depiction of Isis in the Old Kingdom, that is when Egypt was at its glory. Isis was never pertained to be a virgin. So if Jabari now turned Isis into a virgin during
Yeah.
the Greek period, that means it's the Greeks who turned Isis into a virgin,
That's correct. And so
right?
Jabari's
So,
Jabari's comedic concepts, what he tries to do is because it was old, he doesn't see when it changed. So
right.
he's trying to conflate a lot of time periods to say, well, it was old since they mentioned her in the Old Kingdom. In the late period, it must be the same. That's what he's
No,
no right.
the Greek
That's
changed her. The Greeks now
right,
changed her into a virgin.
right.
So what
And
is Jabari saying now? He's following a
well,
Greek religion or an African
right.
religion?
No, he's following because his whole savior model, uh,
It's a Greek
uh,
religion.
it's Greek, and that's why I said the Greek Heru, and people try to clown me because what happened is Horus in the late period he becomes the savior. He's shed. The word is shed. He becomes the savior. But in the old
Right.
kingdom, he's the he's the avenger. His father
He's a, he's,
died. He's gonna avenge his father. He don't give a fuck about saving the people. He don't give a fuck
right.
about that. He's
So
trying to
so so,
avenge his father. Huh?
so he now changed him from an archangel, a weapon of destruction, to show that listen, if you fuck with Egypt, we will revenge ourselves. So now
Exactly.
somebody who, if you fuck with Egypt, we will run away into caves and save ourselves. That is what Jabari did. No, to you, Sheffrin,
mhm.
stop telling bullshit lie. Jabari won nothing. Jabari won nothing. My problem is, and this is, I might not be an eloquent speaker. My patois might be strong, but you cannot step up to me easy. If you're stepping up to me, you can't step up to me barehanded. Few people step in your throat. Right? No, this is the problem with Jabari situation. Jabari is saying that Christianity came out of Egypt. I'm asking the question, where and when? Because Jabari biggest fault is that he's an asshole. Because he is using all of Egypt 4,000 years history as if it is one day. So he'll drop in words like Egypt is old, Egypt is an old kingdom. But when he looks at how he's defining characters, the new kingdom and the old kingdom, they don't operate the same way. And
It
that is the
doesn't.
problem you're going to find. They don't operate the same way. And that is why the language is a problem also.
I think it might be some validity to that, those two P's. And I heard Gullah brought it up earlier on Garfield's show. Because if you think about it, Ale, right? And you're saying that Jabari's trying to say that like these deities are originally African deities or Egyptian deities, however you want to put it, right? I heard
use the word Old Kingdom deities.
Or Old Kingdom deities, yeah, fine, that's cool too.
Listen, now the train is now. I'm not going to get reception, so I want to just say this last thing, and hopefully I can listen to it. Jabari's conflating all times of ancient Egypt to the period, to the construct that he wants to. When every time the problem with you people now, y'all, right, that I'm talking to, is that I actually every time I debate him, I put in sources, right? But y'all don't care about sources. Y'all cared about personalities. Because every time I talk to him about ancient Egypt, I beat him. He doesn't know the language, right? I beat him. But y'all say he won every time. So now you're getting what you want. Yes.
Because you don't stick him to the reason why I'm come off as beating it is easy. Because you allow him to roam through all of Egyptian history, all 4,000 years, instead of nailing him to one part. If him bring up Old Kingdom, I'm going to hold him in the Old Kingdom. Because the Greek, the polymaker, the Greek Egypt, had no clue of what was going on in the Old Kingdom.
Correct.
That was 2,000 years before. The Greeks sit down and romanticize the language. Yes.
Stupid, you gotta think about though. And like I said, I heard Della bring this up earlier, so this is not my original thought, but I thought it sounded pretty convincing to me. But what about those early basal Eurasians that left out of Africa, right? Didn't they take a deity with them? Wouldn't they have had? You know, they wouldn't. You don't think they would have had a deity with them? You know what I'm saying?
Okay. The problem.
The fact of the matter is that El is a Canaanite deity. We all can agree to that. Like at least that they worshipped El, right, or whatever.
This author Neil Gaiman, they made a movie out of one of his American Gods. I need anybody who's studying Egypt to go and watch the series American Gods. It's a fiction, but it will give you an idea.
That's a good show. American Gods.
Okay.
You need to watch that. When you finish watching it, you're going to come back and say, "Stupid, I love how you think." No. Right. When early man was scared in the night and bundled together around the fire, looking up at the stars, they say to themselves, "What can take me through the night so that I can see the light of the morning?" And the imagination run wild, and they start making up gods, and they start sharing it among themselves. And they make gods. Man met God. It's not God met man. Man met God out of fear of the darkness. Mm-hmm. No. As they move out and them going to different areas and different challenges, some people added to the God, and some people went into areas where there were gods established already. And so they left their gods behind. But after 2,000-3,000 years, the gods may have slight similarities, but 2,000-3,000 years of adding to the God will change the persona of the God that they originally had. Mm-hmm. Jesus 2,000 years ago is not the same Jesus today. Mm-hmm. Right? It's not the same Jesus. When early Christians were in spirit chanting in the 1st century, you can go and look it up. I'm not going to give no source. Common sense to tell you that. How they worship, the chanting and the singing and the getting into this almost trance-like state. That was part of the whole devotion process. They wasn't doing it in Judaism. They were speaking in tongues and all of that because that was important to the early Christians. But 2,000 years later, Paul came, write some letters, organize the shit, and then other people come, Martin Luther, Protestant, came and changed how the shit operates. That's how religion always operates. Now, what Jabari is doing is Jabari is confluting 4,000 years of Egypt. He cannot show when and what that happened. He's talking about this God got cut into 13 pieces by his brother. Now, 2 things you cannot do. You cannot be lynched by your brother or crucified by your brother.
Hold on. Hold on, Stupides.
No, yes. All right, talk.
So check the move. Now, if y'all heard me early, I don't know what time y'all came on. I don't know if you was listening, Corey.
I was listening.
I came on when I started listening.
Well, I had laid out before that, like I said, I paid my $30. I watched the debate, right? And I said what Reggie has said, and Reggie is one of the most honest people because he hate Jabari. Now, if he could say, you dig what I'm saying? I agree with Carrier's position, but Jabari won the debate. That's where I'm at. I don't agree with Jabari.
All right. Then this is the problem.
Go ahead.
Why did Carrier lose? Why they send Carrier lose? You know why everybody saying Carrier lose? Because Carrier didn't source up.
Yep.
Now, I'm going to ask you a question.
Mm-hmm.
You and I walking in the street,
Mm-hmm.
and we saw Isaac
White people
Newton.
don't never bring sources to their debates.
No, let me finish, Corey. I was you and I, Sheffield, walking in the street. I was Isaac Newton, and I said I have a problem with this asshole Isaac Newton, because those differentials, what he told us about, the kind of off skew. Me and Isaac Newton, we have it out in a 10-minute debate.
Okay.
And he said, all right, I'm observing.
Mm-hmm.
And Isaac Newton said to me, listen, my book I'm going to use as reference. The Scientific Operation Mathematica. I can't remember the name, but it's something like that. Scientific Operation Mathematica, where he taught calculus. And he said, everything I'm going to tell you now is in my book. That's the only reference I need. Mm-hmm. I am so full of shit, and I am the man that I can tell you that everything I'm talking about is in my book. Right? Mm-hmm. No, you go and say to me, say, don't let him put you in that position. Don't let him put you back in that position. Get your book out and show him your book. Tell him that this is my book that I'm going to use as reference. But guess what? Jabari couldn't do that shit. Because Jabari don't have any scientific book.
No, that's bullshit. I can't. Y'all can't do that.
That's how it goes.
No, it doesn't. So now the moment. No, listen. The moment a white person come over here.
No.
Y'all throw. Y'all hold on. Y'all throw. Listen. No, listen. The moment one of them come over here, y'all throw out the rules. Y'all throw out the rules. Now their shit is superior. Not that their information is superior. Now y'all saying even the way that they do things is superior, right? Like it got to be a level where, okay, yo, I'm not only am I saying this, I'm citing and showing you the authorities that says this, right? This is not me saying it. This was Jabari was doing. Hold on. This was Jabari. This is what
was saying. I am saying this.
This is Jabari showed the sources. Richard Carrier, he put up 4 pictures of 4 of his books and said, "These are my sources." Hold on. He said, "These are my sources." Now, you know what that does? He didn't give page numbers. He didn't show it. He said, "These are my sources." So if Smash Rockwell was to do that, right, y'all would say he was scamming. You know why? Because you would say, now I gotta buy your books to see if what the fuck you
That's
say.
what they said about Asar.
Hold on.
They said he was scamming because he said, go read my book. But go ahead.
Corey, let me answer him now. Let me answer. The difference, this is the difference.
What's the difference?
And I'm going to use a different author. Let's use Neil deGrasse Tyson. Which you said is a white man. Let's use Neil deGrasse Tyson. Mm-hmm. And Neil deGrasse Tyson and I are going to have a discussion on astrophysics. And Neil deGrasse Tyson put up the book, Astrophysics for Dummies. Mm-hmm. I said, this is what I am going to use today to justify my opinion. The difference between you and me, Peon, is that I am at the level where I can source myself. I can say, according to Michael Leopold Smith.
Don't nobody do that.
But
Don't
see,
nobody do that.
wouldn't
Y'all
count in the
full of
debate.
shit.
Of course I
You
do
can't
that.
source
Of course I
yourself
do
in a
that.
debate.
Don't
I
nobody
don't
do
care.
that,
I don't care
Of
stupid.
if
course you
it's
can
Don't
do
Lawrence
know
that.
Krauss.
who
I
Of
don't
does
care
course
if
you
it's
that.
can do
Lawrence
that.
Krauss. If Lawrence Krauss is
No,
having a
They
debate
gonna
with somebody,
source
he
other
can't
people
source.
that agree with their position.
Yeah, he can't source
Y'all
himself.
lying. Y'all
no, you
lying.
can't.
Y'all
You can't
lying.
source yourself. You can't source
Yo,
yourself.
but who
You can't
does it?
source yourself.
Who does it? Who does
Who
it?
arrogant
Who?
enough to do it? Who arrogant
No.
enough to do it?
Right. So
You
it's
can
bull
source yourself.
because they
And
know
he,
that's weak.
no, it's not bull.
You don't
It's
do
not
it
weak.
because you know it's
It's not
weak.
weak. No,
He
it's not
didn't
only
respect
you don't
Jabari
like it.
or the platform. I'm telling you,
No,
he didn't
it
because
don't have none.
listen. When
It
you
don't
do
have none for
research,
the.
go ahead, Stu Peace. Go ahead.
Listen. It don't have none for do with respect. When you write a paper and you write an essay sometime, and you made some good points in that essay that you wanted to
Mm-hmm.
use for the new paper, and you say shit, and you go to the professor and say, Professor, I wrote a paper last semester on jade glass, and the professor said, beautiful paper. There's some information out of that I want to use in this paper. Can I use it? And he said, yes, you can use it, stupid, but you have to source it. And I said, what do you mean by source it? You have to source yourself. If not, you can be charged with plagiarism. No, that's an easy aspect. You can source yourself. No, when you're at a level where you did the research, unlike Jabari, who didn't do that research, I did the research. Many people out there will be sourcing me.
Mhm.
If I wasn't here and somebody was here, they would say, according to Richard Carrier, according to Richard Carrier, according to Richard Carrier. So why is it Richard Carrier when he's given the opportunity to debate? You cannot say, according to me say so, me do the research, me do the finding, and you are not at the level to rebut me. You cannot peer review me. You have to suck and sit on that egg and watch it hatch. That is
Well,
what it was.
I think Bart Ehrman did a like a
Same thing.
one-to-one critique of Richard Carrier. So I think like he at
Yes.
least could have referenced him to make his
Yes.
point. You know what I'm saying?
No. But he doesn't have to. No, that is
No.
when you have published people. When you have published people, him don't have to. Him don't
Right.
have to.
Hey, but what
Him
I
don't
do
have to
want to
because
say
he
though,
did the work.
to your point, those two P's,
Yeah.
one of my favorite debaters, I think he's probably my number one favorite debater, is Matt Dillahunty, right? I ain't never in my life seen him bring a source for nothing. Like them debates that they have, like at Cambridge and those types of high level debates. I rarely. Sometimes they'll have a slideshow of a PowerPoint thing, but I rarely see those guys bring like sources.
Corey,
you know what I'm saying?
Corey, let me cut you, Corey. When you have two high-level PhD professors, they don't break. They will mention names. They will say, according to Plato. That's the only source. They might say, according to Plato. They're not telling you when him say which book, which paper. According to Plato, everything is water. And he move on. The thing about it, what Jabari did, is that Jabari knew that at certain level, that's how they debate. They're not giving you source because the integrity of the human being, of this individual, means more than anything else.
But home court is home court, those two P's. Yeah. Like if the rules is bring your sword, show me something, show it to me over here on this home court, then you gotta do that. He wasn't.
I love you.
Bring his
I
game.
love
Hey, Corey, I told him the same thing last night in a private conversation, bro.
Listen.
If you fight in the WBA rules is not the WBC rules, right?
Right.
No standing 8 count.
No.
Right.
Yeah.
If you're coming to my platform, right? And I have standards and strictures for how things are done on my platform. You conform to my standards and strictures. Period.
Askel, let me rebut that, Askel. Let me rebut that and let me sit down for 5 minutes and let you talk. Leonardo Messi, one of the greatest footballers in the world, come to play for FC Miami. All the teams in the league pitched in to pay his $500 million a year salary. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you.
Sorry. To pay him $500 million salary, right? No, the thing about it is that Leonardo Messi on the field running up and down. You would think the same rules apply for Messi than what apply for another forward? You think anybody can run up and kick Messi to the floor? Hell no. That's already been organized. Listen,
Yeah, but
when the gods come up, no, when the gods come from Mount Olympus, the
Carrier's
rules of
not a
mortal
god.
fire
He's
don't
not coming
apply to
from
him.
Mount Olympus. He's a pariah
Of
in
course
his
he is.
community.
Of course he is.
Bart
He is.
Ehrman considers him fringe
You,
among
you guys
others.
never have no.
Among other
There
scholars,
is nobody in the
he
community that
makes
can
he makes sexual
organize that.
advances on
To
women.
be fair,
Yes.
though,
To
I
be
do
fair,
like
nobody in the community
Carrier
He's
can
not.
better than
What
Aaron.
you
participate.
just did.
I like
What
Carrier
you
better.
did.
You might don't
The
like him, but
argument
guess what?
is a lot
What
better.
Guess
you
what?
just did was very disrespectful to Leonardo Messi. Richard Carrier ain't no damn Messi in his community. All
Listen,
right, stop that.
Messi came to play. Messi
Yeah,
came to play
because he's a
the community.
mythicist, and most biblical scholars are not mythicists, right?
Yes, and they don't like him. But
That's why they don't like him. That's why
Messi
they
came
hate
to
him. Yeah.
Messi came to the conscious community. Messi came to the conscious community to play, and you
Look,
didn't like how Messi played. Listen,
he be
Jabari
beating
got
up
killed.
Tacitus
and
in the
Corey,
rest of
I'd be inclined to agree with you, right? But the only problem is, typically, that's just not how it works in our community, right? Like when I brought up Kerry Mullis in our vaccine debate, what the pseudo killers do? Run right to Google, right? Run right to Wiki, pull up a little read up on him. Oh, Wiki say he's fringe. He's a nutcase. Okay, he's out of here. So we got to keep the same energy across the board. In his scholastic community,
it's all in the game. It's in the game. Go ahead, yeah.
Richard Carrier is a pariah. Period. So all that Mount Olympus and
Askel.
all
So
that
are you
Mount
saying to me,
Olympus talk,
Askel, are you saying to me that
he's
Jabari
not
proved his
that
point?
dude like that. He's not that dude like that, bro.
Are you telling me that Jabari proved his point? That's what you're telling me?
I didn't watch the debate. Did you see it? Did you watch it?
No, I would never watch it. And I give
I
time
watched it. Yo, so y'all did, man, this is crazy.
Got him.
This is crazy.
I could have lied, so you don't get me. I don't watch it stupid. You heard the synopsis of the debate. I have watched everything surrounding the debate, and I've heard the synopsis of the debate. It's the same argument.
I'm done with you, Stoopies. I'm done with you.
No. I have seen all the slides. No, stop laughing. I've seen all the slides that he presented. I've seen the information that he presented. I don't have to be there to witness a murder.
No. So,
but the evidence he presented.
Hey, Stu. But that's the point. Like me and Reggie said, we agree with Carrier's position, but he didn't win the debate. Like, I agree that Christianity didn't come from Egypt. I don't think nobody ever substantiated that. But Carrier did not show anything. He talked. Jabari even agreed with Jabari on some points. Shit got crazy, bro. Like, come on.
Then it's a draw. It's
not a draw. No, hold on.
I can see him getting bludgeoned by Jabari.
Yeah, he. Hold on. So Stoopies.
You didn't see the debate, Stoopies. Come on, man.
I saw his argument. Stop it, man.
So
argue. No. Let me step on Askel now. Askel tried to step on me. I'm gonna love Askel as my brother. Askel, you and I have read books on historical facts and matters, and we have not been there. And we draw conclusions based on evidence that we saw in the book that gives a detailed account of what happened. So if you cannot be there, when they're talking of Dr. Ben 1974 symposium where he made these great arguments, we were never there. We shall shake Auntie Diop over the bullshit is. We weren't there, but the accounts and the detail speaks for themselves. I was not at the debate, but I saw all of Jabari's slides.
Well, there are minutes kept in the symposium. That's not,
But the minutes and the slides are the same thing. So we can come to a conclusion based on the
So
evidence
wait a minute. Jabari said he
presented.
presented 60 slides at the debate. You've seen 60 slides from Jabari on this topic?
Garfield showed all the slides he presented. So if Jabari said he presented
so Carrier
slides,
didn't provide any slides though at all. I mean, did he?
No,
I mean,
he had some
He
slides,
had
but
one or two.
Yeah, he had 1 or 2 slides. But
No,
Garfield had
I'm not.
all the
I'm
slides.
talking about other than the
Right?
one that.
And somebody talking about as an information wasn't presented. The information is readily available of what Jabari presented. We can see slides. Just all you have to do is just imagine all of the ad hominems that he put in and all of the grandioseness.
I usually see. I use a lot of different criteria to judge a debate. I kind of walk in both people's arenas, right? So I will walk in Carrier's arena and see, like, okay, did he in that arena, in the white folks academic arena, did he bludgeon Jabari, right? And then you go over and if he didn't bludgeon him, okay, so he just lightweight tapped him, right? Okay, so then you go over to Jabari's arena, right? Which is the actual arena that they were in, right? And you say, well, did Jabari bludgeon this guy? Or did he just touch him up real nice? You know what I'm saying?
He didn't touch him up either.
No, you didn't watch it. What are you stupid?
So what you saying, Chef? Did he?
Because I saw the slide. What did he have on slide to touch up anybody? I saw the information he presented. What on that information would touch up anybody?
Hey, Chef,
you know what's a
by the way.
He didn't. So you don't even think he touched him up? He didn't.
No,
he not only didn't bludgeon him, but he didn't even touch him up.
With which information? Those that he presented on the slides?
Hey, by the way,
what's up?
He couldn't touch him up.
Sheffrin, Two-Piece disagrees with the notion that you asserted earlier, which is that you can be on the wrong side of a debate and still win. He doesn't.
Yeah,
he doesn't
right. That's part of my criteria.
He doesn't believe in that. He doesn't believe in that.
My thing is this.
Well, that's biased. That's being biased.
Two equally skilled debaters moved onto the arena, into the ring of debating, and both of them are equally skilled. The one who is arguing the wrong cannot beat the one who's arguing in the right under no circumstance if they're equally skilled.
If you don't structure your points, if you don't structure your information right to make your points.
Remember what I just said.
If you don't structure,
right. I wouldn't agree with that either, Stu Peace, because Buster Douglas beat Tyson. He's not even on his level. So you could be on equal levels, but you could have an off night. Or
at that time,
absolutely, that's a good example.
Or you could use the wrong tactic. You could use a football team might be better, but we use the wrong game plan.
Right, or Chef, even worse than that.
You don't dispute my point.
It could be that you don't even care about winning.
And that's how I felt about Curry. Hold on. Stop. Hey, come on, Stupies. Chill. Stupies, listen.
Hold on.
For me, I felt as though Carrier didn't even care that much about the guy. Like, he didn't care.
He didn't care.
He didn't even respect it enough to even properly prepare for it.
Carrier came and collected his money.
Well, that's clouding your judgment then, Shepard. If you feel like he didn't really care,
then
that's going to cloud your judgment on Jabari beat him up.
No.
It's the way how he conducted himself. It was clear. It was palpable. It's palpable that he doesn't
I got to see. I got to see why. I got to look at it and see why Shepard's saying
the weigh-in was definitely telling. The weigh-in was definitely telling, but Sinetta and them won't to protect their platform, and we're not them. They're not going to admit it because they want to do business with people. You dig what I'm saying? So, but he definitely ain't give a fuck. He definitely ain't take the shit fucking serious. You know what I mean? Like,
I'm gonna set that one to the side because that's y'all opinion and that's the way y'all saw it. I'm just gonna set that one to the side for right now until I look at it. So y'all go ahead.
That's why you got Garfield and Unc in them and everybody else defending it because hold on. He didn't even sit around for the after party to soon as he look, I'm paid for this time, I'ma talk. All right, it's over, I'm gone. You dig what I'm saying? I don't give a fuck what y'all think. You know what I mean? I'm not gonna show no sources. I'm gonna come up here, I'm gonna talk a little bit, boom, boom, boom. This shit ain't serious to me.
I'm not hanging out with y'all, the likes of you niggers.
Can I say something, Peter?
No, Corey, that's what it is.
Let me say something. Let me say something.
Hold on. Before you talk, Stupies, would you agree with my assertion that Carrier looks down on
you're putting it? Guess what you're doing now? You're doing.
He was looking down.
You're putting me in a box. You realize what you're doing?
You agree or no?
What you're doing? You're doing what Carrier did. You're putting me in a box now. Allow me to no, because you're putting me in a box now. You're trying to put me in a box with a question. Don't do me that. You're trying to put me in a box. No, that's what you're doing.
I'm asking you a
hold on, you didn't even watch the debate. So I need Stupies to chill. Stupies, I need you to chill because you didn't even watch the debate. You didn't. I don't even understand where all of this hostility is coming from.
Let me tell you what. I'm not hostile. Let me speak now for 2 minutes.
Nah, you have some animus towards Jabari.
Please let me speak. 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 I beg you. Can I speak now? Yes. When I watched the pre-debate, the way, and I listened to the way, that if I didn't even plan to spend $30, I wouldn't spend. Because I spoke to Askell about this and I realized that he does not see Jabari as his equal. Everybody can say that he did not see Jabari as his equal, much less he did not see the point that Jabari was making as one that should get his time. But
right, so that brings validity.
Let me finish. Jesus Father.
Go ahead.
Jesus Father. We can't don't talk. You can't hold yourself, Nico. Hold yourself. Hold yourself. Because this is it. Everybody could say that. Anybody with any ounce of intelligence could say that he did not see Jabari as his father. He did not see Jabari because I spoke about it. I realized what it is. Because anybody who went to college know the snooty white college professor, especially if you've written a good paper. You know that look that you get when you go into his office. You know that look. He does not get up from his chair. He looks at the paper and he looks at you, and he looks at the paper, and he acts as if it's by accident you write such a good paper. And you say, "Fuck it, I don't need this," and it discourages you from that class. And you never go back. That's how they break it. That's how they break it on as white people.
You wrote it through serendipity.
Yeah. Jabari saw it. When Jabari saw it,
you wrote a good paper. Go ahead.
Yeah. Jabari saw him this first day, and Jabari almost called it out. Because Jabari realized that he did not give him the time that is respect, that would be considered to respect somebody who you're going up against. He came in, he spoke and he went. Even after the debate, he didn't even stick around. Because number one, he's saying that why am I wasting time with this stupid argument about this stupid topic by these stupid people?
He does it with the Jesus is real shit. He does it with, he wastes time on that.
Because that's him hard. And who I'm going up against? Is he going up against the Negroes with the Jesus is real?
Right. Thank you. So he don't respect the Negroes. So you
right.
agree. You don't
Come on,
respect
You don't respect the debate.
I know that.
I don't think he would have took the debate if he didn't respect the conversation.
What you mean? He getting paid. What you talking about?
He doesn't pay it.
What the hell?
You know how many driveways you don't respect, but you go do because they pay. You be like, man, this little phony ass driveway. this little piece of shit ass driveway. You know what I mean? She said, I don't respect it, but I'm gonna go get that money. You feel me? You know how many niggas hair I cut? Hold on. You know how many niggas hair I cut and I don't respect their hairline? I don't respect nothing about, like, yo, your shit peasy. I don't like the way your shit look. You feel me? Like, you just need a bald head. You know what I mean? But I still cut them. Exactly.
non-SBA hairline.
Yeah, like, what the hell? Y'all crazy.
You still gonna give them that clipper mark to make a hairline.
Exactamundo. Exactamundo. But yeah,
you think for a second. You think for a second that you respect Jabari?
Hold on, Stupies. Shabazz, my bad, bro. I seen you in for a minute. We was lost in the conversation. What you want to add? Go ahead. Merry Christmas too, bro. Happy holidays. I'm sorry.
Peace to you, brother. Happy New Year's and Merry Christmas and all that. Yep.
Peace to everybody. Happy Kwanzaa to everybody. I will piggyback, I guess, off on what y'all been saying. I do not believe that Carrier respected the platform or the people on the platform. He did not care about anybody. He only did it for money. He had no sources. One of the things that he kept trying to impress upon was the idea that Christianity had more of an influence from Persia. He kept trying to impress that throughout his conversation or whatever. And I definitely went to look that up and found information where even Bart Ehrman says he's wrong about that. But Carrier just all he wanted was the money, and he stood there as if he is the absolute end all of all authority.
Mm-hmm.
No, you made a mistake. You said he brought no source. He brought a source. He brought himself.
Get the fuck out of here.
That seemed uncharacteristic.
That's all he brought.
I've been following Carrier
he brought a source. He brought a PhD, published, peer-reviewed, published author. And he said that unless you can get over this source, I don't have to respect you. That's a problem with PhDs.
Yeah, the thing about it, though, is his field of study is not relevant to the topic at hand, right? Because he admitted that outside of Hellenistic, outside of Hellenized Egypt,
he ain't know nothing about
he has no real frame of reference, right? So at that point, you can't hold on, Stupies. You can't pull the superiority card at that point once you admit that, because your field of study isn't entirely applicable, right? So at that point,
he ain't PhD in the old kingdom and all that.
No. I mean, Stupies. Hold on, because you don't like when I cut you off. Corey, in the weigh-in, the man said, the scope of my expertise is limited to Hellenized Egypt. So, Corey, that would mean the Greek period and going forward. Now, Stupies, am I misrepresenting what the man said?
You are right.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
And Carrier is a pseudo. He's a pseudo in his own community. Hold on. He's a pseudo in his own community. Like, come on, yo. Y'all niggas tripping.
No, Sheffrin.
He's considered fringe in the biblical community, right? But I think his argument, I haven't heard nothing convincing. Bart Ehrman didn't. I'm just gonna say this right now. Bart Ehrman did not convince me that dude was full of shit. I'm just gonna say that right now. He ain't never convinced me that he was full of shit. Just to put that out there to y'all. Go ahead, though.
Look, I agree with Carrier on the Jesus thing.
All right, let me say something.
Yeah, me too.
No, and Garfield disagree with him on the Jesus shit. That's what he known for. Like, everybody, man,
Actually, he doesn't.
Garfield disagree with him. Yeah,
he doesn't, Chef. What he does is, hold on,
let me say
something. Go ahead.
You just talk.
Go ahead. Sorry, bro. Go ahead, man.
Let me tell you. When did Jesus? When Christianity started? And when we start writing about Christianity? Did we start writing about Christianity 3,500 years ago during the Old Kingdom? Hell no. Did we start writing about Christianity 2,000 2,000 years ago during the Middle Kingdom? Hell no. Did we start writing about Christianity 3,000 years ago? During the New Kingdom, Christianity didn't exist then. When did Christianity start? With the death of Jesus Christ. When did Jesus Christ die?
Yesterday.
When Jesus Christ died, was anybody thinking about Egypt in the form of the Old Kingdom? Even people in Egypt didn't give a fuck about the Old Kingdom. Did they give a fuck about the Middle Kingdom? No, they didn't. Did they give a fuck about the New Kingdom? Hell no, they didn't. Now, what Jabari is saying is that the New Kingdom superseded the Persians who ran up in the ass, or the Greeks who ran up in the ass and decided to romanticize Egyptian, building cult like the cult of Osiris and the cult of Ananias and all different kind of bullshit cults, making up all kind of bullshit systems. When Christianity started in the first century, Egypt would have been 3,500 years old. It would have been dead and in the ashes. The names were important, yes, because you remember your names are rock star. You will remember Michael Jordan, and you will remember Michael Jackson. You remember the names of the rock star. But do you know the feelings that they give when they perform? Hell no. No, you are telling me no. Something they come and say, because he only knew about the Hellenistic period, he cannot speak on Christianity in Egypt.
No, I didn't say that.
Let me finish speaking, and there you go. When Christianity in Egypt only occurred during the fucking Hellenistic period. It never occurred during the old period, the middle period, or the late period. And the people who lived in the Hellenistic period, the only bullshit they know about was dressing up people in all different kind of outfits, having orgies and cults, fucking goats and sheep and alligators during the Hellenistic period. They didn't have any.
That ain't the hill I would die on, those two peas.
Right? All right, tell me. During the Hellenistic period,
because he made that comment. He made a comment.
No, let me ask a question. During the Hellenistic period,
that
did the
don't
average
mean he
Egyptians
don't
know about the Old Kingdom?
Listen.
No, during the Hellenistic
what's Jabari an expert in? What's Jabari an expert in?
Not a goddamn thing. Dressing up.
Okay, so now that we established that,
so it's clear
this guy don't know nothing
so
about.
So hold on, it's clear you have personal animus towards Jabari, Stu Pease. Can you admit that?
That's right.
So wait a minute, is he a professor at a college?
I will never disrespect him on that aspect of him.
That's yes or no, right?
When it comes to Egypt, I wouldn't say he didn't have any credibility. Go ahead.
Right. Hold on. Stu Pease, slow down now. Does he have a degree in Africana Studies from an Ivy League college?
Yes, he does.
Okay. Is that does that qualify him as an expert in Africana Studies?
Yes.
Okay, then. Go ahead, Corey.
Let me be.
No, I was just saying.
His Africana Studies had nothing to do with Egypt.
No,
you see, Egypt is imply bullshit. You see, all you're playing.
Africana
Egypt
Studies,
is black,
bro. That there.
You're playing the bullshit.
I ain't.
You're playing the bullshit. You know what he just Corey.
I ain't gonna
you know what
say
he just
bullshit.
Said? Corey, you know what he just did?
I'm gonna put it on the level with having an English degree. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. But go ahead.
No, Corey, you know what Askel just did? Askel just tell you that Egyptians are Africans. All Egyptians are Africans. But if you don't know what he's trying to tell you, you know what he's actually telling you? All Egyptians are black.
So listen.
That's what he just fucking did. Yeah. I caught him.
Hold on, Stupies, because remember, I'm supposed to have a little time here because I actually wanted to go a little bit of a different direction here. Chef, can you do me a favor and go in the back chat? I put some text in there I want you to read for me, please, because I asked Stupies to read this, and I asked him if he believed it was a misrepresentation on Garfield's part of Carrier's position. He said no, in his opinion. So Corey, I'd like to get you to chime in too, and the other brother. What's the other brother's name? Is he still on here? What is it? What is his name?
I believe nobody.
Fell off?
I believe Chef stepped away from the desk.
Oh damn! So Corey, do me a favor. Go in the back chat. Hold on, the Stupies.
He doesn't have access to the back chat.
Stoopies.
I got
You
access.
can't tell me that yourself, Stoopies. Corey,
Okay,
can you see that?
Oops, my bad. Am I still on? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we could hear you.
Oh, my bad. Hold on. I'm gonna try to pull this up real quick. My bad, Stoopies. Let me.
You on the Zoom, right?
Yeah, he's on the Zoom.
Just 1 second. 1 second. I did something.
Man, you old people in technology, man.
Right? Don't do me. Don't do me though. Yeah. I'm about to share my screen.
What is this newfangled contraption?
Right?
While Corey looking for the listening audience, let me just reiterate or repeat what I said. This is Stupid's point. This is nobody's point of view. This is Stupid's point of view. Do not let anybody fool you when it comes to Egypt. Egypt was a great, great society and a great, great culture. But Egypt actually had several periods, right? I will list 6 of the periods for you. It had the Old Kingdom. That is after it was established by Neymar. That was when it was at greatest. That's when it built the pyramids. That when it built Giza. That is the Egypt that we'll look at when we see the pyramids, the Old Kingdom. After which Egypt fell into decline. That period of declination or decline was known as the first intermediary period. That when everything got fucked for almost 1,000 years. Then you have the Middle Kingdom arising, and they build up to a certain level. They never built a pyramid during the Middle Kingdom. They was going through, and there was all right, but they wasn't as rich as there was in the Old Kingdom. Then the Middle Kingdom declined and turned into bullshit. That is called the second intermediary period. Then you have the third time now when they try to come up. That is when they have the 25th dynasty with black people and all that bullshit. They wasn't building any pyramids.
What about the 18th dynasty?
Yes, and then the Persians came in.
That was the New Kingdom one.
Yeah, 18th dynasty is New Kingdom.
But they wasn't building any pyramids.
They was building temples and shit though, right?
Yeah, I do know in
there wasn't. Yeah. All right.
A lot of mainstream historians, they venerate the 18th dynasty almost above all.
Yes.
Yeah, they was balling the hardest back then. That's why they was controlling the whole Mediterranean at that point. Go ahead.
Wasn't going to space.
Corey, have you been able to access the back chat?
I got it on screen. Am I sharing it? I should be sharing.
Yes. It's on screen.
Carrier. His biography or whatever.
No. Don't click the link though. I had excerpted a section that I wanted you to read. That's in this. Just go to the back chat. Okay. Hold on. Let me get. Yeah, the excerpted portion is within that Rational Wiki article, but
Well, okay. Well, we could just look at the excerpt.
Pick it up from the wiki. No, put it from the wiki diagram. Bring up the wiki diagram.
Let's go in the back chat.
Let's not let him selectively cut it. Let's not make him selectively choose from the wiki. Go to the wiki and direct us exactly.
Right. We'll just go to the part that you want us to go.
You're on a computer, Corey, or you're on the phone?
I'm on my iPad.
Okay, then you could Control F then.
Right,
okay, so that's good. All right, so
which part
put in? Now let's hit Control F. And put in my estimation, the odds Jesus existed.
So this ain't the link that you wanted me to pull up right here?
No, that's the link. It's the excerpted portion is within this article, but just for brevity's sake, I'm saying hit Control F. That way it will take you directly.
I ain't all that savvy, bro.
Not all that stuff. All right.
I'm on an iPad, bro. I'm on an iPad.
Push up until we find. Push up until.
Oh Lord! All right, scroll up then. I mean, you could just go to the back.
Which part you want me to scroll to, bro? I can get to it quick.
Yo, Stoopies, can I do what I'm doing, please? Now, this is some old people stuff right now. We're bouncing around in the dark, bucking our toe. Corey, please.
I'm 19. I'm 19. Listen,
just listen
bro.
to my voice, Corey.
Go ahead.
Stoopies. I need to just dress back a little bit for a second. Corey, go to the back chat, right? I copied and pasted the relevant portion that I'd like you to read.
I got you. I'll do that.
Thank you, sir.
Make you happy.
This is what you
it's
call
all about
selective.
Thank you, sir. Stoopies, show some discipline. Stoopies, you can come back. Stoopies, you can come back on the back end and clean it up. Clean it up on the back end.
Yeah, well, when you come up, me stop talk. When you come up, me stop talk. When you come up, me stop talk. Because guess what? You go into the pumpkin patch. And
man,
you come
that
up
sounds a lot like your
language,
though, Haskell. Like you start sentences off with the words "in my estimation," right? So that's why I feel like these is your words. But
no man, it's printed. But guess what? He went into the pumpkin patch. Guess what, Corey?
Go ahead.
We went into the pumpkin patch and came out with the most pumpkin. I know what I'm telling you to say. Form an opinion based on about this pumpkin patch.
It's such a struggle, man.
I got it. Haskell. Where you want me to do? You want me to share it?
You want to share it?
I don't. I can't. I don't know how to share that part. But what I can do is read it. It says, in my estimation, the odds Jesus existed are less than 1 in 12,000, which to a historian is, for all practical purposes, a probability of 0. For comprehension, your lifetime probability. Comparison. Your lifetime probability of being struck by lightning is around 1 in 10,000. It says that Jesus existed even less likely than that. Consequently, I am reasonably certain there was no historical Jesus. When I entertain the most generous estimate possible, I find I cannot be by any stretch of the imagination, the probability Jesus existed is better than 1 in 3.14.
No, it's just 1 in 3. That's a citation. So Corey, Garfield often says that Carrier says that is a 1 in 3 chance that Jesus existed. After reading that section, is it fair to say that Garfield misrepresented this man's position?
Yeah, he said it's better chance that you get struck by lightning than Jesus existed. That's his position.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Stoopies, your time.
My turn now? Okay, Corey. Let's have a conversation. Let's have a conversation. And let me walk together. And we're not going to talk about Dr. Richard Carrier. We're just having a conversation about life. Right? And I said to you that under no circumstances you'll ever see stupid with a dick in your mouth. Never. That will never, ever happen. Now, what I just did is talk about the opening statement of Richard Carrier. Richard Carrier said, listen, in my estimation, there is a 1 in 12,000 chance that Jesus exists. Is paramount or the same exact thing as me saying to you that I would never put a dick in my mouth. That's the same thing. But this is a but now. And this is a but that Richard Carrier used. But if I am hard pressed and I had to be honest about what I'm going to talk about, I cannot give the existence of Jesus more than a 33% or a 1 in 3 chance. This is what I said. But depending on the day. I
heard him say that. I actually heard those words. Now, that's not what I got out of that was written there. But I actually heard him say that. Go ahead.
Yeah, but Stupid said to you, I would never ever suck a dick. But if somebody put a gun to my head, I don't know. There may be a 30% chance that I suck. No, which one hold more weight? When I'm casually speaking or when I'm under pressure? That is what that statement says. A measure of a man is not the man when he's casually speaking, but a measure of a man is when the man under pressure. So if a man under pressure tell you something, the likelihood of that happening is more likely than when he's not under pressure. Everybody is a gangster until they get into a gang-related situation. Everybody is a murderer until they have to pull a trigger. When a man under pressure and until he said, this is what I believe, that takes precedent more than when he's in his house eating some ice cream. When I'm eating my ice cream, I can talk any shit. But when I'm under pressure, my true intentions come out. So when he's talking and say, I don't believe Jesus exists, but if I come under pressure and I have to talk based on the evidence that I've seen, I would conclude to the fact there's a 1 in 3 chance that Jesus exists.
So Corey, to your mind,
no, let me finish. Let me finish closing now. So
Chef
Askel
got
now
Chat
want to
GPT up.
dismiss. Askel now want to dismiss that the man did admit to a 1 in 3, saying that
no,
that
I'm
it
saying
had to do with
it's a
I think Chat
misrepresentation.
GPT gonna say the same thing Richard Carrier say too, though. Like it's
Yeah,
like
it's a misrepresentation.
I hear that a lot. I hear that estimation a whole lot.
So Corey, to your mind, right?
Mhm.
Reading that excerpt, what in your opinion, do you believe that Carrier is trying to communicate here? What takes precedent? Hold on. In your mind, what takes precedent in terms of what he's trying to get across? The 33% or the 1 in 12,000? Because they can't both be true at the same time. I hope we all agree on that, right?
Mm-hmm.
I think his main point when he wanted to get is was neither one of them points. I think the main point was the middle point where he said that it was better that you get hit by lightning.
Yeah, that's the same thing as 1 in 10,000. The odds that he gave for the lightning strike is 1 in 10,000.
12,000. I think the beginning part was like a 1 in 12,000.
No,
right?
y'all want me to read it?
1 in 10,000.
Y'all want me to read it? Okay.
But what Stu P said, it cleared up the ending part for me. So like that was all in there. It was all fair. But go ahead, Chef.
It says, in my estimation, the odds Jesus existed are less than 1 in 12,000, which to a historian is for all practical purposes a probability of 0. For comparison, your lifetime probability of being struck by lightning is around 1 in 10,000. That Jesus existed is even less likely than that. Consequently, I am reasonably certain that there was no historical Jesus. When I entertain the most generous estimates possible, I find I cannot, by any stretch of the imagination, the probability Jesus existed is better than 1 in 3.
That's a citation. That's not that's just 1 in 3.
Okay.
That 4 is just a
3.
citation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because I copied from a wiki article. So Chef, what is
he's saying he being generous with that?
Yeah, he's being generous.
That's
his
him being
best
the most
generosity.
generous he can be.
That's giving him everything. That's giving him everything he can give him.
Because his first statement is his estimation, right?
Right.
He say, in my estimation. See, the last part is his most generous probability, right? But in his estimation, where he thinks, right, it's closer to 1 in 12,000, which is like 0. He said. So he's saying there's basically 0% chance that Jesus actually existed.
And that's why his community hates him, right?
And in that paragraph, he wanted to communicate to everybody that it's a better chance that you get hit by lightning
in your lifetime.
That was the main point he wanted to drive home in that paragraph.
So Chef,
everybody was right.
We've gotten Corey's verdict. I want your verdict now, Chef. Okay. My main question in asking this is that we charge, well, not we, but Garfield and others charge many times Jabari with being intentionally duplicitous. I know that's a big ass word. It just means being tricky, right? In terms of how he'll represent sources. He'll take something from a source, edit it out and twist it and contort it, and represented in a way to advance his agenda, right? Now, Chef, in your estimation, Garfield has been running around saying that Carrier says that there's a 33% chance that Jesus existed. In reading that paragraph, would you say that Garfield was being duplicitous?
I would say he died at his source.
Thank you.
I would say Garfield died at his source, and he used that source wrong. Basically.
Thank you.
Yeah, he didn't initially
No, stop. Underneath for stop it.
You know what I'm saying? I don't think
underneath for stop it. Underneath for stop it. Underneath for stop it. Underneath for stop it. All underneath for stop it. Because Pascal 45 bring up an article or a piece, a paragraph. And in the paragraph, Richard Carrier said, listen, statistically, if I was supposed to open my mouth and talk, based on what I know, I would have said Jesus don't exist. I would have said Jesus don't exist. That's him saying, no. Based on how I feel.
No, not his feelings. Don't do that.
Read it back. 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 Read it. Read it. Remember discipline, you know. Because you don't old man for discipline sometimes.
It says, in my estimation. In my estimation.
What is the estimation?
Right. Of the available information. Remember, he's a PhD. Hold on. Remember, I'm going to use all y'all criteria, right, that y'all use to put him against Jabari. This is his PhD estimation. This is he's the source.
Still a feeling.
What?
Still a feeling.
No.
Estimation is your best.
All right, I'm putting the word estimation in Webster's right now.
His estimation comes from something though. It's an expert estimation.
It's still a guess. Always a guess.
When I give you my expert opinion on your structural integrity, bro, you better take that to heart.
Exactly.
That's not, you know what I'm saying?
Okay, hold on.
He ain't just pulling that out his ass,
Let me finish. Let me finish. Because Concrete Corey is here.
This is an expert giving you his estimation.
Let me finish, please. Because you're jumping up on Concrete Corey is here. And Concrete, when we talk about estimation, you can estimate how much to cut a haircut. Right?
No, he's a concrete mason.
Concrete Corey.
I was talking about structure.
And Concrete Corey is the king of estimation. Concrete Corey is the king of estimation. So I need to lay a driveway that I call concrete. And concrete come to my and driveway. And he says, I am going to give you an estimation. That like he always says, according to all of the knowledge that I have over the years, you can take this to the bank. That is going to cost this amount. You have done this many times, right, Concrete?
Mm-hmm.
Huh? Right.
Yeah. It's going to be roundabout this price. You know what I'm saying?
It is going to be roundabout.
Yeah,
what you're saying to me that you have made many guesses that is close to what it would cost.
Absolutely, yes.
Right? So it is a guess. An estimation is a guess. Do you agree with that?
Yes.
So what we're arguing about? What the fuck we're arguing about? So, let's go back. Let's go back to what
it's not.
It's a guess. It's a guess.
Remember.
What the fuck? Let me finish now.
It's a little bit different.
Let me finish now. No, it's not any different.
I'm gonna have to disagree with the guess part. You set me up. You tricked me.
It's not any different. It's not any different. Don't play with me.
Trick me, stupid.
Don't play with me. Don't play with me.
It's not
a walking razor.
It's not the same guess like in your everyday.
No, we're done. We'll move on from you. We're done. So we're going back down to Richard Carrier. We're going back down to Richard Carrier. Richard Carrier.
Let me finish. Hold on, man.
Please. Let me finish. No, let me finish. I'm finishing now.
Let him finish, please.
Richard Carrier said, if you ask me, my belief or my guess is that Jesus, 124,000 is a belief, is a guess. You don't have anything scientifically to back it up. So if it was up to me, my belief would say there's a 1 in 12,000 possibility that Jesus existed. And we know that statistically that is 0. But if you should put me back against the wall and I was forced to come to a conclusion with the available data that is presented to me, I cannot give Jesus existence more than a 1 in 3 possibility. That's what the
I
fact.
don't know if he's saying back against the wall there. I think he's just saying if he give y'all all the bullshit that he actually
no. Don't bother with that.
He actually disagree with the shit, but he gonna go with the shit just for argument's sake.
When faced with the evidence,
Corey. Thank you for not being susceptible to sin.
That's exactly what he's saying.
I thought you said it was going to be you're
when
about
faced with the evidence. When faced with the evidence.
When are you going to finish?
Go ahead. Because I'm going to step in your throat again tonight. You're asking for it. That's one time. Come on.
Hey yo, PCR brothers. Hey, Richard Carrier's his was based off Bayesian model. You know what I'm saying? And that's what he came up with. But amongst the people in his community, that shit don't mean nothing to Hill of Beans, bro. He like
he on the fringes in the biblical community. But like I said though,
a lot of people don't respect.
Ehrman didn't. He's pretty much the only one that I'm sure other people have critiqued him, but he pretty much the only one that I've seen like in a formal debate kind of critique him, and he did not convince me in one iota, bro. I ain't gonna lie to you. Bar Ehrman didn't do a good job of convincing me.
On what? The
mythicism is bullshit. That Richard Carrier is full of shit with the mythicism. You know what I'm saying?
Shit, don't take Bart Ehrman's word for it. Shit, see what the other people think about Richard Carrier.
He the only one.
Throw Bart Ehrman out. Make it fair. Throw him out and just choose somebody else. See what they.
Hey, but Sosa, to be completely fair to Carrier, right? The only reason why they have him as a pariah like that is because fuck y'all. So I don't like Carrier, but I gotta give him his props on that because I always like people who they just call it for what it is, even when it means being ostracized. So I gotta give Rich his props, bro.
Yeah,
that should take a lot of heart.
Can we admit though? Can we admit that you have a bias towards ostracized Europeans in general? You lean towards the ostracized. Is that safe to say, Haskell?
No, I will not. I will not agree to that, sir. No, I do not.
Germ theory.
Oh yeah, that was crazy. That was crazy, Haskell.
Nah, but listen, Carrie Mullis subscribed to germ theory, right? Me looking at all the arguments made on different sides, when I assess everything, I say it's bunk. But that's just my personal assessment, right? And I leave it at that.
Yeah, that's
kind of. I know if damn Jabari was supposed to damn die. I wake up this morning. Not only is he alive, this nigga's victorious. Like, what the hell happened?
Yeah, on home court, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like, Richard, and Sosa, I know you for sure don't watch those, the debates that, Richard Carriers and your Dillahunties and those likes of people. You know what I'm saying? Even Hitchens and the boys. You know what I'm saying? And the other brother, not brother, but the other Christian dude, I can't think of his name, but he real popular. But they don't, they may show a slide here or there, but they don't bring sources, bro. You know what I'm saying? What they'll do is they'll throw the source out in, within the conversation, right? They'll ask, what they'll say things like, well, in this paper and such and such, you know what I'm saying, thing, this guy wrote this, you know what I'm saying? They'll just throw it out in that way. You know what I'm saying? So I think that's why, this community he lost on this court. You know what I'm saying?
Corey, listen, I feel that though, right? Like, listen, some people home when I walk into, I got to take my shoes off at the door.
Absolutely.
You know what I'm saying? So it's not up to me I'm saying I have to work within the confines of the house I'm entering, bro. With that,
absolutely.
So if you violate, you can't say I ain't used to taking my shoes off, bro. This is my crib.
Yeah.
No doubt. Thank you, Sosa.
Yeah, and I definitely agree with that, no doubt. That's he on that court, he got beat up. You know what I'm saying?
He didn't give a fuck. That's the point.
He didn't care. He didn't care about winning or losing. He didn't care.
Well,
he really didn't.
I think it was the audience though. He knew he didn't have to beat him. If he take him on his court though, is the game gonna be a little bit different?
We play on the court we're on. Period. We play on the court we're on. So he didn't care. Listen, man, just.
And that was disrespectful if you did that. But go ahead.
I'm not going to throw out the whole disrespectful part, right? And say that he was just being disrespectful to the platform. But you know how we're quick to acknowledge when a black person is cocky, right? They say it about Jabari all the time, right? That's one of, the arrogance of Jabari, Unc and them talks about, right?
The nerve of this nigga.
Yeah, the nerve of this nigga, right? He think he can get away with anything. He think he can say this and it is what it is. Well, when white people do it, you got to call them out too. You feel me? Think that you was just going to come over here, right, and just run over top of Jabari with just your snark remarks and your you dig with your white boy flavor to be sarcastic and nonchalant about his position, right? That shit works somewhere else, but over here we're a little bit more tougher than that, right? We want this about the show me, right? It ain't about a slick rebuttal here there to get you to your next point. Nah, that's all cute. But over here, like they say, I'm from the show me state. Nigga, you got to show me what you say. I don't want to hear all that. You dig what I'm saying? Because nigga, you could be lying, right? You could be lying. You could be making it up. And that was a main thing that we started doing over here. And I talked to Unc earlier, and I was like, yo, you are the one who started with the source up or shut up, right? That shit, and it changed the culture over this motherfucker. So don't turn away from it now because a PhD come up here, because I was on sign that earlier, and I said this. I said, yeah, that Jefferson Douglas type of debating or whatever they were saying, that's the collegiate form of debate. Lincoln Douglas.
Something.
Yeah, Lincoln Douglas form of debating. I said, Joe, that's fine and dandy, but we got to acknowledge when we start doing something a little better also, right? Over on Sinetta, yo, we probably don't have the scholars or the level of scholars with the letters behind their name, right? But on a debate tip, where you having to show your sources and be well prepared, not just memorizing it, because if that's the case, we can get what's the boy name that's locked up? Polite can put shit to memory and go on any debate platform and sound like a motherfucking expert, right? And people won't, the majority of the people wouldn't know what's up or down after this nigga get finished running through all of that shit. But the way we started catching people like Polite and them was, nigga, show me where you got that from. Show me that source.
Why the white man need to get an integrity question here? Why you want to question the white man integrity?
Why not?
Are you calling the white man a liar?
Hold on. The black man get his integrity questioned all the time. Nigga, they hear me.
By other black men, that mean that
that says something about what they. I think, me, this is the way I'm looking at that, Sheffrin. And I hear what you're saying. Believe me, and everything you said makes sense. But the way I see what you're saying is, I think that they have a little more confidence in their audience to where, you know, these people are at least astute enough.
No.
If they ain't savvy on the information, they'll at least go and take a look at that information, right? And if they,
the
a
other
lot
way.
of times, if they feel like if they even at this debate, they savvy on the information anyway. You know what I'm saying?
Well, Corey,
I just think it says something about what they think.
You know why?
Hey, Corey, he
say
could have
this,
easily just looked
Corey,
at a couple something out of the debates though, just to get a basic theme.
No, he violated.
No.
He
He
definitely
violated,
violated.
but him not doing it.
Corey, I'm not saying that. I'm
Corey,
just saying
what Sheffrin not saying?
the reason.
Corey, what
Go ahead.
What Sheffrin not saying? What Sheffrin not saying is that when Unk started source up and shut up, you know what Unk started? The first thing Unk said before he said source up or shut up, he said, "Negro, I don't believe you." Source up, Negro, I don't believe you. You are a fucking liar, Negro. You come from a community full of liars, and because you're a fucking liar, I'm not listening to any fucking thing you say.
Who lied more than the white man? Who lies more than the white man?
No, that is no. But what I'm saying to you, no, I'm not defending the white man.
You gotta be.
I'm saying to you, no, I'm not defending him. I am defending how they debate at their level. That a professor integrity means so much to him that he should not be caught in a lie. So you asking him to source up every other word he says is paramount to calling him a liar. The question is integrity. And it started in this community because Unk called people a liar. And he was proven right many times that this dude is a liar. And afterwards, that dude is treated differently. That dude, I don't want to hear anything you have to say.
All right, so let's not call him a liar, Stupies. All right, so listen to me, Stupies. Let's not call him a liar, right? Let's say I want to see your source, right? I want to read it for myself. I want to see if it's saying what you saying is saying. How about that? How about you could be telling the truth? Your source actually say that. But I want to make sure your source is in line with what you're trying to put forth. Is that even fair?
Buy my book.
But and that's the fucked up part about it. I'm gonna put up 4 books, and if y'all want to check anything I'm saying, y'all gotta buy my books.
Buy my fucking book.
That's some bullshit.
Book.
That's some bullshit. Nigga, you already got paid. Fuck that. That nigga already got paid. He already got paid.
How professors do it. That's how professors do it. Stop acting like
oh my
Corey,
God.
How does professors do it? Corey,
listen.
Professors debate.
Listen,
how debate?
He's scamming them.
Look. Robert Sapolsky wrote the book Determinism, right? And he's debating people right now. He wrote a book on the topic. He never sources himself in the debate, bro.
Shit sound crazy.
That's crazy.
It should sound crazy. That nigga he didn't do no research to debate Jabari. He came up that bitch freestyling, and y'all won't admit that shit. When they asked him for sources, he said, well, I wrote 4 books. Here go 4 books. That shit wasn't nothing about no motherfucking Egypt and the metal net and that shit Jabari was bringing. And y'all just gonna let him get away with it because y'all don't like Jabari? Are y'all fucking serious? I think Jabari is wrong. It's 2 left shoes on this subject. But I'm not gonna sit here. I hate Egyptomaniacs. I think Jabari is fucking nuts. Do y'all get that? But I'm not gonna just say this man with a PhD won just because he showed up. No, that motherfucker showed up and he shit the bed. That's what he did.
He did not shit
know what you can do, Chef?
On everything.
You can put that shit in Chat GPT and see what Chat GPT says.
Chat GPT gonna say he right.
It's generally not advisable for a person to source themselves as a primary reference. Here's why: lack of objectivity. Such sources can lead to lack of objectivity. It's important to form a debate to rely on sources that are impartial. You feel me? Like put it in the AI and see how that shit hold up.
Exactly. Unc and them tried to defend that shit. Hold on, Stupies.
No,
Stupies.
No, because they got GPT. If a peer-reviewed PhD can source his book in a debate, And the girl say, yes. Yes. Ask the question, or the question must be asked. Don't ask the question as a layman.
What are you saying? I'm lost.
No.
That don't even make sense.
I am saying this. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that he is peer-reviewed, published, PhD.
That doesn't mean nothing.
What you mean by that don't mean anything?
Yo, you show other sources, right? You cite other sources that agree.
But what if your source
no,
is the best
let's
source?
stop.
What if your source is the best source?
Stupies. You cite other people that makes your point for you. Right? That's what you do. You don't just say, I say such and such. No, you show that my position is backed by these other experts who says that this proves my point. Not I prove my point. That shit sound crazy.
When Isaac Newton,
Chef, look, I would say this is how I would
Corey, let me step in him short. Let me step in him short. Because look at me for stepping in some short now. When Isaac Newton and Albert Einstein, they come with them theory, what nobody did have before, and they was teaching it to other peons. When I call peons, I mean other minds which would be considered great minds, both Newton and Einstein. They had to fucking source themselves. Because there was
you taking somewhere wholly
well, let me say it.
He just did a poor job. I'm not arguing this no more.
It's not a poor
He
job.
did a poor job.
Let me clear it up.
But it said if the individual was recognized as an expert in the specific field being debated, and their work directly relates to the topic at hand, citing their own research can add valuable insight.
Yeah, it's not so much citing themselves; it's citing the data that they actually derive, right? Like from the research that they did, right? So it's not kind of like citing themselves, but what he did was different. He's saying like, okay, this is my book here. He's not saying, okay, this is the data that I've found, right? Mm-hmm. He's saying this here's my book. So, that's different. He doing some bullshit. You know what I'm saying? He was totally on some bullshit.
Even if it's peer reviewed, that don't mean it's right.
He didn't have the decency even.
Right. Yeah, absolutely. You absolutely right with that. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, at least tell me what page, what paragraph,
right,
nothing.
We couldn't even check it. We couldn't even check it, stupids. Yeah. What are you saying? Like, yo, you gotta relax.
Are you calling the man a liar?
No. I'm saying that he did a lazy job. I'm saying that
he. Are you calling him a liar?
No, I'm calling him lazy. I'm calling him lazy.
There's something wrong with being lazy. Wrong with being lazy.
It is. When you got paid. When you got paid, motherfucker. Nigga, I ain't paid for you to just be rambling up that bitch bullshitting. The fuck?
You're saying him bullshitting. That means you're calling him.
Yo, he's a PhD. We shouldn't even be having this argument right now. He's supposed to be a PhD in the origin of Christianity. Jabari shouldn't even be alive right now.
And you know what, Chef? If he saw it as beneath him, he shouldn't have did it. That's what I'm gonna say. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if he saw the conversation as beneath him, he should not have had the conversation.
Once you come down from quote unquote Mount Olympus, you on the niggas level now. You here now. Yeah. You in the hood.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. You shouldn't have came down here. You know what I'm saying? Shit. Mama say don't go down there fucking with them Jews if you ain't got no money. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Come on now, Stevie. Y'all so much like I don't agree with Jabari, right? I think he's using all outdated Dr. Ben and them information, right? They were pseudo and he's second generation pseudo, right? With a master's degree. He's second generation pseudo with a master's degree. That's how I feel about Jabari.
Why you say he's second generation?
Because he coming after Dr. Ben and them using all their outdated, fucked up ass information. And this is what I told Uncle now.
Oh, you talking about Jabari?
Yeah.
You talking about Richard Carrier. I thought you talking about Richard Carrier.
And listen, Jabari is gonna keep winning, right?
A pseudo genealogy.
Yeah. Oh man, listen. I watched the video of Dr. Ben this morning. Hey Corey, did I put that in the back chat? Oh no, I didn't. I know I didn't. Man, Dr. Ben.
Y'all been quiet in the back chat.
Man, Dr. Ben was nuts. And I started to make that part of the show, but I think I'm going to do that tomorrow. Man, he got a video up where he talk about his college education and all these places. Nigga said he used to be with motherfucking Marcus Garvey. Like, yo, this nigga was the Lion King.
Which Marcus Garvey?
The real Marcus Garvey. The real Marcus Garvey. Marcus Garvey from Jamaica, nigga.
Which college Marcus Garvey went to?
I don't know. Did he go to college?
Marcus Garvey didn't go to college.
Right. No, I'm saying Dr. Ben said he used to hang out with Marcus Garvey. Like
where? In
England.
In America?
In England.
England?
Yeah.
Marcus Garvey went to England?
Yeah, he said, you know.
When was Dr. Ben in England?
He said.
When was Dr. Ben in
Where
England?
was Dr. Ben ever any motherfucking where? Like the nigga said he Puerto Rican, right? Nigga said he was a Puerto Rican. Ethiopian, Puerto Rican, Jewish, motherfucking. He went to Havana because they wouldn't let him go to a university here in the United States to study anthropology. So the nigga said he then went to Cuba and he got his master's.
Which university in Cuba?
Havana.
Lie.
Havana.
Anyhow, let me say this. I am not defending Dr. Richard Carrier. I call him doctor. I'm not defending the white man. Because if we're going to go after the white man, I'm going to go after Smash and Reggie, because all of that TLA them have, so them decipher in the marionette, it's some fucking white Germans and Russians doing the work.
That's a fact.
And he's sitting on it and acting like, oh, I can read the marionette, because this fucking German make the best guess that a sitting woman is not shitting, but praying. And he look for every shitting woman he sees, and he makes the best guess. Because I have some about that and decipherment, you know. That is the biggest guesstimation ever, you know. Because I can give 10, 20 people who study in Egypt a glyph to decipher, and the 20 fucking of them come with 20 different statements and don't understand what half of it is mean. But they're jumping up and down and say, oh, see this red crown in this cartouche, telling that this must be a ruler, and since he was sitting on the throne with XYZ and this bow and arrow, it means that the newborn, this, that, and the Neph, and the KNT, and bullshit, but nobody wants to talk about it. But you run back at those white fucking men, and now Chef come on here to toast and to burn a white man. If we're burning white man, we need to get up all the fucking white men to burn. Yeah. I'm not selecting to burning any white man. I am burning all fucking of them or none of them.
No, I agree.
What you doing, Chef?
Sosa, what did you put in Chat GPT?
I put the first time I put in the form of debate, can a person source himself in a form of debate? That's what I put the first time.
Yeah, and then I asked you to put.
It said it's generally not advisable because it lacks objectivity. Then Stupid said if a peer-reviewed PhD sources himself in a debate, and then it says if the individual is recognized as an expert in a specific field being debated, and their work directly relates to the topic at hand, so that their research can add valuable insight and data to the discussion. So that their own work can be appropriate. It's important.
Yeah, but they can't be maintained. It don't mean
don't play with stupid.
Listen,
it don't mean cite your book.
Listen. This is why.
Don't cite your book.
Listen.
It says
Don't
play with stupid.
Own work. While citing their own work can be appropriate, it's important for the individual to maintain the balance, but also considering and acknowledging other perspectives and research in the field. Relying exclusively on one's own work might appear biased and can limit the scope of a debate. That's
you know what I mean? You know, in layman terms, what that mean? The individual must be aware and don't get too cockety to cut off the other person's head because they're not on that level. That is why people talk to take time with them. That is what it means.
All right, so listen.
I mean, if you're at that level, where you can cite yourself, take time with your opponent.
All right, so I'll put it in mind. It says, in a formal debate, can a peer-reviewed PhD cite themselves?
They said
in
yours
debate?
was old the other day.
I know, that shit was funny.
I got ChatGPT. I got four.
Okay, mine says, in a formal debate, it is generally expected that participants provide evidence and support for their arguments and reputable sources. While it's not uncommon for individuals with PhD qualifications to reference their own research in a debate, it's important to do so judiciously and transparently. Here are a few considerations. 1, relevance. The information cited, whether from the PhD's own work or others, should be directly relevant to the topic being debated. It should contribute to the overall argument and help support or clarify a point. 2, transparency. If a PhD cites their own work, it's good practice to be transparent about their role in research and in the research, any potential conflicts of interest, and the context in which the research was conducted. This helps maintain the integrity of the debate, right? Now, my problem is he just gave book covers. He didn't give no specifics, right, of any page, any paragraph that pertained to anything that he was debating. I don't know what, like, he did none of this.
You don't have to know, Negro. Negro,
What?
you don't have to know.
So
Read
then what the
ChatGPT
fuck was he
first.
citing?
It's the onus is on him as a PhD to be nice to fucking you.
No, they said
That's what it
transparent.
says.
You gotta be transparent.
That's what transparent means. That's what transparent means. Transparent means that I must be nice to you.
No.
That's what transparent means.
What the fuck is wrong with you, Stevie? You had too much. You had too much oxtails. You didn't.
Look here.
You had too much Christmas oxtails, yo.
Let me explain transparent. Let me explain transparent. Transparent, the word transparent, when we hear the word transparent used in the English lexicon, it is oftentimes referred to people of power. You never ask people who lack power to be transparent. It's always people in powerful position you ask to be transparent. Right?
I
So
ain't gonna argue with that,
transparency is of people of power. So basically, when somebody says when they use the word transparent, they're saying that, yes, Mr. Powerful Professor, all-knowing Wizard of Oz, please, I am begging you, be nice to this Negro Jabari and treat him like a human being.
Yeah.
And Richard Carrier said,
that put me 50%
Jabari
back in the car with you, Stu Pease. That statement.
And Richard Carrier said,
the power statement.
Fuck Jabari. Jabari is not my equal. He is
if Sheffrin can't come with something that can beat that, I'm riding with you.
But transparent, transparent don't have any fucking thing to do with nothing. You never ask poor people to be transparent.
Yeah, you don't ask a powerless person to be transparent.
To be transparent.
That's a great point.
Yeah.
So when you read, think. Don't play with my man. Don't forget. Just like when I'm drinking, I'm not nice. If I ever do something, I'm not nice.
Chef, that's gonna be a hard one.
No, it's not. Back. It was irrelevant because that shit was irrelevant. Y'all just went off. Y'all just went down another road. All right. So 3, variety of sources. Now let's think about this. It says 3, variety of sources. While it's acceptable to cite one's own research, it's generally advisable to use a variety of sources to strengthen the overall credibility of the argument. That's what the fuck I'm saying. Relying solely on personal research may be perceived as biased or self-serving. Y'all get that, right? Listen, you supposed to be using other people that strengthens your position. If you're just the only one saying it, listen, if you're just the only one saying it, that's the whole issue.
That's not. Let me speak white people for you.
That pulled me back 75%. I'm back 75% in the car with Chef now.
Listen. Corey, let me speak white people for you. Because none of you are in here. I am from a country that has been colonized.
Okay.
And so I understand white people language. Let me speak white people for you. What white people say when they read that a while ago, they say, listen, Negro, we know that you're all that in a bag of chips.
Okay.
But in order for us to be comfortable around you, we need to have other Negroes agreeing with you. Right? So we can't have you alone, Negro. Your point might be good and your base might be strong, Negro. But we need other Negro agreeing with you. Or else we stand the chance of you being the say it all and the do it all. So get some more Negroes to agree with you, and we will agree with you. That's what it's saying. But it's not saying that, Negro, you can't do it. It is advisable that let the light shine upon other people. Because when white people who have the shining light, it's oftentimes one of them. But what they do, they incorporate other people into the research. When my lady find X-ray, Madame Tussauds, when my man find something, it's oftentimes one of them, Noble. When Noble come out with a Noble, it's oftentimes one of them. But in order to not look like you're grabbing all the light, share it with other people. Share your research. That's what other people say. Although, that's why when you write a research paper, you use the word also, furthermore, in addition to. Look here, me so write, I might done so now. But when the figure of a write paper, I could have bullshit, I could have cook a paper, It's several A paper book me I put on a university with other people name on it, This unlikely, furthermore. So share the glory, and we'll give you more consideration. That's what white people say when them write that. That's what white people say. But they don't say you can't.
It ain't about white or black though. At the end of the day,
it's white people language. That
no, it's about you know,
it's academic language, but
it's
more white people
that control academic
language than others. But go ahead, I hear both.
Concrete, who control academia? Black people or white people?
Shit, here we go.
See, that's where we
don't not do that, man.
Who control academia? Who control academia?
Listen, I'm saying the reason why Jabari won, right? And like I keep reiterate, right? And you know, and like Brother Reggie said it perfectly. Carrier position, I agree with. He lost the debate. Like that's it. Like I don't think he cares, right? So it's not hurting him to say he probably never look at the channel. He probably, after he clicked off of that Zoom link, he probably never looked at the after show, didn't care nothing about. Who cares? I got my money. I'm going to buy a PlayStation. I don't know what the fuck. You know what I mean? Like, he could have went and brought some pussy with that money. Like, but he didn't give a fuck. Like, so, like us y'all defending him afterwards is crazy to me.
This old lady that's
listen, I am not defending him. I'm not defending him.
I mean, y'all do. Garfield did a better job proving Carrier's point than Carrier did. Like when Garfield came on, him and Unc did a better job making Carrier's argument than he did, and he got paid for it. Like what the fuck? Matter of fact, Pastor Bennett actually won the fucking debate. When Pastor Bennett came on,
Sheffrin is
he
being fucking
killed it.
unfair now. Sheffrin is being fucking unfair now.
How was that being
Sheffrin
unfair?
is being so fucking unfair now. I have seen Sheffrin in the same fucking position, 100 at a time, not 100 at a time, that Richard Carrier was in, and he would say, I cannot deal with you Negroes. You Negroes don't have any fucking sense. Why am I wasting my fucking time? I have seen you in that position countless of fucking times.
No, I'm saying
when somebody comes up to you
like,
who don't have any fucking sense,
he shouldn't have took the
at the level
debate.
that
he should have took the money.
He shouldn't have took it if he
no,
felt like
he probably thought that this dude had some sense. That the origin,
he already wrote an article on Jabari. He knew what type nigga he was.
He knew. And
the fuck out of here.
Now that y'all saying that, and when you just brought that up, that kind of reminds me of some of the history. And now I can see, like kind of the attitude or whatever. And it's because of what Stu Pease is saying, right? But at the same time, like he shouldn't have never took the debate. He shouldn't have engaged in conversation.
He stole the money.
He
stole the fucking money. Period. Let's be fair. He stole some money.
That's what he did.
He stole. I can't say that. Yeah. He stole some money because he did not consider Jabari.
He didn't steal it. It was just an easy payday. It was.
Finesse.
I mean, like that was
finesse,
it.
Corey. Finesse.
No, he fucking stole the money.
He finessed.
He stole the fucking money. He's never finessed. He stole it.
It's not stealing.
He hustled the money.
He finessed him, Corey. Finesse.
No, he hustled the money. Black people need to stop calling all. Jamaican people don't use the word.
Finesse implies some type of dishonesty. I don't think there was any. I think that was a fair exchange. It was just a easy payday. Like fuck it. I'm saying like this is very disrespectful, and I'm not saying I agree with it in any kind of way. But basically, he like, fuck it, these crazy ass niggas, I'm gonna go ahead and get the money. You know what I mean? They want to have a discussion. I had a discussion with these silly ass niggas. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. Like that's basically what I'm getting out of what you guys are saying. You know what I'm saying? Because I didn't see the debate, so I'm saying like from what I'm hearing from y'all, this is kind of
that's what I got out of it. It's the same way when I go on certain channels, I'm about to have this discussion with these silly ass niggas. You feel me? Right. Like I'm an entertainer. I'm bored right now. You feel me?
Right.
So
he just got paid for it.
I'm not wrong.
I got an hour drive.
You're saying that I'm not wrong, right? You're saying that I'm not wrong. I've seen you do the same fucking thing. I've seen you do it.
Yeah.
When you meet up on somebody who's not your equal, after a while, they say, this is bullshit. Why do you think I get kicked off from most panels? Because after a while, I get nasty, and people don't like me when I'm nasty. Because I can't sit through bullshit from my mind.
It ain't about being nasty, though. Now, let's get into this. That's good. That's a good segue, right? I feel like most of the time when we engage in certain conversations in the conscious community, I feel like by the time me and Sosa and Corey and them, by the time we click a link or something, we already have the general consensus on our side before we even start talking. So anything else that they provide be one-sided and just looking at it from a narrow, and they'll focus in on the narrow. For instance, let's look at this. Right? When we say, for instance, the Mediterranean.
Egypt is a Mediterranean
right.
culture.
We was never wrong. Listen, we was never wrong.
Yeah.
Never.
Egypt is on the Mediterranean.
Exactly.
Egypt is on the fucking Mediterranean.
Right. So we was never wrong. Right? So now the issue is, they say, no, well, Egypt is Nile Valley civilization. And we say, yeah, we agree to that too. You dig what I'm saying? It's African. Yeah, it's African too. But, Stu Pease, us saying this Mediterranean was never wrong. They run down every other road fighting. You dig what I'm saying? And they're wrong because they
don't like how Mediterranean people look.
And they say it's
That's what
not
it's fucking about.
Right,
African
but
black.
They
Mediterranean brown.
They say it's not Mediterranean. So the moment they say that, they are wrong. They got to hold that L because we know eventually, right? They're going to have to concede, right? Eventually, they're going to have to concede, but you can never move off your position, no matter how much they are. I'm still waiting for them, right, to move off there. And the thing about the pseudo killers is crazy. I'm still waiting for them to move off of the position that Queen Nzinga was a goddamn slave trader. I'm still waiting. I mean, we read this shit till we was blue in the face. And every time we bring it up, go get a source. Like, bro, how many times we gotta read the same fucking thing that says she was trading people with the Dutch? Are you in the Portuguese? Like, what the fuck? She controlled the slave market. Every time, and but eventually, don't move off your point. They'll concede. The other night, they put the shit in Chat GPT. Chat GPT told them Egypt could be considered Mediterranean. Now, they there. The same thing, it goes with, I remember Sosa had to argue with them about farming coming into Egypt from Asia. Had to argue with them to this blue in the face. You dig what I'm saying?
When I told him about the Green Sahara and goat, Reggie laughed at the scorn. All of a sudden, I heard Reggie Daddy talking about animals like goat came into the Green Sahara from Mesopotamia or that area. And I said, Negro, the day when I fucking told you that deforestation, as a result, that's a goat herding was a big problem. No, I have a new thing to tell them, you know. I have no problem agreeing that the original Egyptians who went up north with the army may have been black with Neymar, but they went up there and they fuck white women.
Yeah.
Because in the Delta at that time,
the Delta is Egypt. What? I'm tired. Right? I'm even sick of y'all making a distinction between.
Let me tell you why I'm making a distinction.
It's not so American.
Let
me tell you why I'm making a distinction.
This is the point I was telling you about the other day. Go ahead, those.
Let me tell you what stupid say. Egypt never exists before Neymar. Don't let nobody tell you about Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt. No fucking Egypt never exists.
I don't believe that.
Just like
I don't believe that.
No, Egypt never exists.
No,
Egypt never exists.
What are you talking about, Steve?
Yeah, I makes no sense.
Egypt
he said a combination of the two, because you know.
All right. Before Alexander, the Greece exists.
What?
Before Alexander, the Greece exists.
Yes.
Yeah, of course.
Alexander come from a Greek city-state. What are y'all? That's what
Alexander's like 300 BC, nigga. Goddamn.
All right.
Greek civilization started like 1200 BC. Tripping.
Let me tell you what was going on.
You can't
before Alexander. Before Alexander, you had a series of city-states that had similar belief system, but they were not condensed into one city-state. Alexander combined all of these city-states under one umbrella that became Greece. So before Alexander, although he had many city-states, sometimes they war, and sometimes they don't war. Sometimes they are friends.
Y'all messing that shit up.
Just put that in Chat GPT. Right. We ain't got to argue about
that. It's called pre-dynastic Egypt. Like,
there's no
listen. But you have to put words on shit, those stuppies, right? So we can understand what the hell we're talking about.
All right, listen. No. What it does is that when we use words like pre-dynastic.
The scholars use pre-dynastic. I'm not making this up.
Them white.
Yeah,
them
but that's
white.
a smear.
No,
that kind of word.
Pre-dynastic refers to a time when Egypt was not a single polity. Like even at that period, you got like there's no
when
one
Egypt
king.
wasn't
Everybody
Egypt.
got like It's like little small gnomes.
It means that when Egypt was in Egypt.
And it also smears it as if it's real fast, like it's, you know, I don't know. Those words are kind of
when Egypt was in Egypt.
They kind of
was
don't
Egypt
before Nehemiah.
Man, God, I don't understand what you're saying. I don't.
So pre-dynastic means before it became a single polity. That's what it means. Like there's individuals, there's no one polity controlling the area. There's different kings. There's few of them spread out. That's what pre-dynastic. Then you got then you got Dynasty 0, which they think that some of those pharaohs are related to Amenes and whatnot. And then you got Dynasty 1.
Right.
That's what it means.
And you're talking about the consolidation of power, and when they have records of families ruling in succession. Right. That's what a dynasty is. So the time before that is called pre-dynastic. So it means before, right? The dynastic period.
Had a succession.
Before the dynastic period. That's all that shit means.
It means before Egypt was a single polity.
I'm with that.
That's what I'm saying.
But we're still talking about Egypt.
Okay. Let's do please. The land is always the land.
Yes.
We're going to take it away from Egypt, or we're going to use America. America, this place that we call America, all the way is now. The land is always the land. No, the title, what the land gets, tell you who was in control of the land. At that time, that title was given. When it was called Turtle Island, no European wasn't here. It was an Indian name controlled by Indian people. So Turtle Island is pre-colonized America. You realize how fucked up that sound? America didn't exist, but I can call Turtle Island based on what you were saying. Pre-colonized America. Would I be wrong?
Yes.
How would I be wrong if the land is always the land?
Now,
how would I be wrong?
Calm down. Let me explain. Now, Egypt. We're not talking about other people coming into Egypt. We're talking about the land of Egypt and the people that live in Egypt, right? Who had cultures and stuff that was Egyptian, right? Now, like Sosa said, the polity of Egypt under one unified governmental head is what they're explaining by dynastic Egypt, right? Now, if you're saying that Egypt was not Egypt in pre-dynastic time because of what Sosa said, that is one family or polity ruling, then it's times within that 3,000 year period that is called dynastic time that one family didn't rule and it was spread out in different nomes. It's called intermediate periods, right? So you would say after the first dynasty, you have 3 intermediate periods, right? When that political power had dispersed. So you had kings of different nomes claiming that they were the pharaoh, the same way it was in pre-dynastic time. So are you telling me now that intermediate periods in Egypt wasn't Egypt?
It's still Egypt.
It's still Egypt.
In other words, how would somebody become like? I get what you're saying. Listen, I get what you're saying, Chef, but here's what I'm saying. There would be no way for a person in the pre-dynastic time to be an Egyptian citizen. You see what I'm saying? Because there's no polity there. You know what I'm saying? Like you could be with somebody else. You could be the different nome. Like there's no, you know what I mean? It's like they're not under one banner to be an Egyptian. They're just the people in the geographical location is Egypt. But you know what I'm saying? They can't be an Egyptian by nationality until you get the 3100 BC. So 3100, 30,000 BC.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying.
Okay.
Let me answer that now. As I said earlier, for clarity, I don't like repeat because repeat don't make it more right. The land is always the land. So we can choose any land on any part of the face of the earth and draw a square around it. land is always going to be the land. But the name that is given to that area is based upon who is ruling that area. Now, Israel 50 years ago, the name Palestine. Now the name Palestine is not used in any newspaper. You will never see a piece of newspaper in the last 10 years that have that piece of land and call it Palestine. They call it place where Palestinian mostly occupied either the West Bank or the Gaza Strip.
Mm-hmm.
It is now called Israel because the land is always the land. The name that is given to it is based on who is occupying it at that time. During the first dynasty, the Old Kingdom, I will call it the Old Kingdom, when Egypt got put together and it was in its glory, and it was called Egypt then. And then it broke down the first intermediary period that lasted how many years? Almost 1,000 years?
No,
500 years?
I don't think that
How
long.
long the first intermediary
I
period
can't
lasted?
remember exactly. I don't think it lasted 1,000 though.
Look it up.
This just said if you
Yes,
go ahead, go to the story. Go
it
ahead.
lasted 500 years.
Just keep going.
When those Negroes was walking around during the first intermediary period, they looked around and said, this land used to be great when it was called fucking Egypt. But it wasn't being called a fucking Egypt in the first intermediary period. We're romanticizing this place, acting like for 3,000 years. It has been stable and one thing. And it wasn't.
I'm just saying it breaks down, Stu. Even if you go right, you even go to the second intermediary period, right? I get the
Then it
confusion
started,
because
I guess.
we're saying that's Egypt, even though they're in the same state
It
as
wasn't Egypt.
pre-dynastic states, but I think they treat it
It
differently
wasn't
because
Egypt.
that's after the polity begins. You know what I'm saying? So it breaks down and it reforms. So they don't treat it the same. Like they don't call that an intermediate period, the pre-dynastic stage. They consider that just the like I said, there's different rulers like damn like fucking chiefdoms. You know what I'm saying? Many kings. There might be 3-4 kings all in that little area. You feel me? And then through trade or war, all those people in that area united. You know what I'm saying? And united and got Lower Egypt under one banner and then got Upper Egypt under one banner and then took Lower Egypt. You know what I'm saying? Put them both under one banner. And then at that point, when the two lands are united, now you can be an Egyptian citizen. You feel me? Before then, you couldn't really be an Egyptian citizen by, you know what I'm saying, by nationality.
You know, so may you not far, may you not far off, may you not far off, may you not far, may particularly saying the same. So when I kill that, but let me tell you my belief. So, sir, do I agree with me or disagree with me? 5,000 years ago, 5 to 6,000 years ago, call it 6,000 years ago, a group of Negroes, some dark-skinned dudes, strong, tall, good-looking dudes, like myself in my dream. When my dream of what I would like to look like would be like an old kingdom Egyptian, a little Nubian, a little Sudanese, 6'5", chest broad like a tree.
There's all types of people down
Walk,
there. You'd be surprised.
walking. That is how I dream, man. Fuck
Yeah.
you. Fuck you. That is how I dream like. That's what Egyptian look like. I don't mean a disrespect what I suppose.
I'm not sure.
And they came up, and these brothers came up north to the Delta. And that's how the little Mediterranean men that were up there. Them men about 5'2", because you know that Jesus was 5'2". During that time, most Mediterranean men were 5'2". And most Sudanese African brothers were 6'4". 6'4", 200 pounds versus 5'2", 110 pounds. It didn't take them half a day to dust out them fool there.
What?
But them had some white women. We never kill women. This is not our style. And since we never carry the women them with us,
You meet these white women, stupid. What are you talking about? These white women?
The Mediterranean women that were up north.
You mean after they took Lower Egypt?
Yes, up north, physical north. When they went up north, it's white women, that's it.
Yeah, I mean, there'll be people added to the damn concubine and shit like that, stupid. Come on, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like
20,000 soldiers went up north. When soldiers finish fight, what they want to do? Every soldier will tell you that as soon as they finish fighting, they want to feed and they want to fuck. Sorry to use those two terminology. And the women were up there were Mediterranean women that always look the same. These white women were up there. And
I think
white women.
Stupid,
Which women they carry?
I think just from looking at all that shit, bro, and even hearing another lady perspective on it, I think that wall stuff is just no propaganda, bro. Like the
Which
colors
more?
ain't real. The colors are not like some real depiction of what the people were. I think it's all symbolic.
Are you saying to me that up north, the part of Egypt that lies against the Mediterranean, that those Mediterranean people in Egypt, listen to me carefully now, that the Mediterranean people in Egypt looked different than the Mediterranean people in Crete or Greece? Is that what you're saying to me?
No. I think you
got
me confused.
No. Are you saying that to me?
The people.
Did the Mediterranean people answer that question? Did the Mediterranean people?
I resort to palm tree theory, nigga. If the palm trees is right there, your shit ain't gonna be that much different, bro. Yeah, so they're gonna be similar.
Did the Mediterranean people in Egypt look like the Mediterranean people in Greece?
It's not gonna be that different, bro. Not gonna be that different. Not in that area. Not.
They're the fucking white then. Them was white women.
What?
Man, that's a stretch to say white women. You going too.
Then what do you mean? What would you call the Mediterranean woman in Greece?
Mediterranean woman.
What would you call the Mediterranean woman in Greece today? Are you not calling them white women?
What?
You got me. I'm lost.
Yeah, I'm lost.
No, I'm asking that question. Sheffrin, let me ask you the question.
Hey, listen, you done went around them all. I don't even know what you're talking about.
It's my topic. My topic. But let's ask that question. Did the Mediterranean woman in Egypt look different than the Mediterranean woman in Greece?
I don't know. Yeah, more than probably. Yeah.
Why? On the Mediterranean, they live the same climate.
They in the south. They in the southern Mediterranean. Hold on. They in the southern Mediterranean, and the Greeks described the Egyptians, right? As being darker than them, as having curly hair. So yeah, there were different type of Mediterranean people. The Mediterranean basin is diverse. That's the point. There's no one single type of. The Mediterranean touches 3 different continents, right? So there's a lot of diversity in the Mediterranean world. But go ahead.
No, you said the Mediterranean touches 3 different continents.
Yes,
and
sir.
I'll agree with you on that. Mm-hmm. Right? Now, if we go back and we look at all the countries the Mediterranean touches, mm-hmm. and we start with Portugal, Spain, we're coming around the ridgeline of the Mediterranean. Mm-hmm. Crete, Greece, Constantinople, Turkey, Egypt, all the countries of the Mediterranean. And we look at early depictions and diagrams from those people.
Yes.
Even Julius Caesar, he wasn't a blonde hair, blue-eye looking man. He had curly, dark hair, mm-hmm. and he had a more tan features. And if you go to the Spaniard, everybody during that time, mm-hmm. they had the same look about them. Whether they want to be north or south, because the Mediterranean severely affected the weather in that area. We didn't have any. The weather was moderate.
No. I think you doing a little bit too much with that. Now you got to know that the Greeks, right? They come from further north in Europe, right? They came down and swept over top of the Minoans and the different people of the lower peninsula, right? And even in later times, you will have more northern Baltic region whites, like around what do you call that? The Serbians and the
Around when?
The Armenians, right? All of them, they called
When
them
did they come?
Hold on. They
When
called
did
them
they?
Thracians, right? And in different periods, they were considered Thracians. Then at one point that they those people from those regions was called, I think, Goths, right? Ostrogoths and Visigoths, right? Now these were more northern whites that kept coming down from the north, sweeping over top of those people, and you know what I mean. So it was different waves of more northern Europeans coming into that area. So it would change the complexion of those people who the Egyptians initially seen, like in the island of Crete and Manoah, right? I think those more northern whites had swept over top of them by the time Greek civilization come about. But go ahead.
Okay, so listen, we're the same thing. You're saying that the Greek, the Minoans, and those
I'm
people,
saying it was diverse. I'm saying that
they got diluted down due to importation of more white people from up
no, I'm saying that the Mediterranean was diverse, right? If we put it in any type of Google or anything, it's going to say that the Mediterranean region was a diverse area, diverse in ethnicity, languages, phenotypes, culture. It was diverse. Don't just try to act like all of them looked at Italian. If that's what you're saying.
No.
Okay.
No, I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that. This is what I'm saying. And I need to understand where you stand, because I'm not being a full asshole, it's a half a asshole.
Okay.
Because I'm not, yeah, I don't be full asshole, I'm just half a asshole. Because when asked this question, Reggie answered, according to how America defined black, the Egyptian would be seen as black. That's what he's saying. But according to South Africa, the Egyptians would not be seen as black. In my book.
They would have been colored. They would have been colored in
yes.
in South Africa. Right.
Right. In South Africa, it would have been colored. But nobody wants, because we need to discuss. Let me just tangent off and stop that, because I just end up in frustration.
I think Unc made the best point.
This black definition, you know.
But that's why I think Unc made the best point when he said if the Egyptians called themselves black, right? Then why didn't they call the Nubians black? Because the Nubians was darker than them. So that right. Just kills, you know what I mean? But me and Reggie ain't never get to that tonight. But that's an excellent
the whole
point.
Black land too, because if they the black land, then Nubia is a black land. This is stupid.
Right. Yeah, that is it. We need to define this thing black. Because if honestly, I said this to Askel the other day. If we supposed to take up the South African definition of black, tomorrow morning, 40% of black people walking around in America would no longer be black. They'll be colored.
They
would be colored.
Right. Most of us would be colored too. Why did Ancient?
Yeah.
And they called us colored that one time. You dig what I'm saying? We were called colored that one time.
Right.
They called us colored to take into account the diversity of our phenotype.
Yes, of the phenotypes.
Mm-hmm.
That you're not black, you're not white, but you're diverse, you look different. Right? And then some groups of black people went as far as put certain groups of colored people in brown paper bags and give them entrance into the cotton club.
Yeah, country. So let's put this in. Country. I'm putting this in Chat GPT. Why did ancient Egypt call their country Kemet? Let's see what this say. Chat GPT. Let's go.
That's the new shit they gotta do, right?
Listen, fuck Chat
That shit
GPT.
chat GPT, nigga.
All right.
You know, Chat GPT, if you remember, the early days of Wiki. How we used to use Wikipedia.
All right. My
We used to use
chat
Wikipedia.
GPT. My chat GPT to 3.5. I'm gonna keep using my 3.5 because I don't think niggas can get around it.
They can't get back 3.5. But I got the 4.2.
All right. So it say the term Kemet is an ancient Egyptian name for Egypt, and it means black land or black earth. It referred to the fertile soil along the Nile River, which was black in color and ideal for agriculture. The ancient Egyptians used this term to distinguish the fertile land of Egypt from the burned desert that surrounded it, which they referred to as desert or red land due to its reddish brown color. The Nile River played a crucial role in the agricultural prosperity of ancient Egypt. The annual flooding of the Nile deposited nutrient-rich silt on the riverbanks, creating highly fertile soil suitable for growing crops. The black soil was associated with life, fertility, and abundance, while the desert represented aridity and barrenness. The concept of Kemet as the black land symbolizes the prosperity and sustenance that the Nile provided to the ancient Egyptians. This connection between the land's color and its fertility was deeply ingrained in their cultural and religious symbolism. The contrast between the black land and the red land was not only a geographical distinction, but also a symbolic representation of the dichotomy between life and death, fertility and barrenness. The ancient Egyptians used the term Kemet to refer to their country, emphasizing its agricultural richness and the life-giving properties of the Nile. The term was persisted in historical and scholarly contexts, and it continues to be used to describe ancient Egypt. Okay, now let's do this.
Half of that shit make up. Half of that shit made up.
All
You
right.
and I know that half of that shit made up. I agree with the black land part, but they went into such detail. Where they get it from? The marionette that half of this.
All right, let's do this. Let's do this.
Okay.
I can refine it. Now watch this. I'm gonna copy this. Y'all can't see it, but everybody else can see what I'm doing. I'm gonna copy my first question, right? I'm gonna paste it back in there, and I'm gonna say show sources or with sources. Boom.
Shefford, do you think that the marionette has been deciphered?
You said what?
Do you think that the ancient Egyptians' writing have been deciphered?
Yeah. Yeah. And a good way to know that they are pretty much on point, on beat, is the Coptic, right? The Coptic can attest to certain things to show you that, they're on the right path, right?
Okay, all right. Do me a favor.
Mm-hmm.
Go to Wiki and type in list of all ancient, what's call it? Hieroglyphics.
Mm-hmm.
And when the page come up, I want you to roll down to the bottom of the page. And we're going to look at the symbols. It's supposed to have the symbols and it's supposed to have the meaning beside them.
Hold on, let me finish reading this, and I get to that. All right, let's see. This is I said, why did ancient Egypt call their country Kemet? And I put with sources. All right, the term Kemet as a reference to ancient Egypt and its association with the black land along the River Nile. Right? It says is a well-established historical concept. However, it's important to note that while the meaning of the word is widely accepted, the ancient Egyptian language, hieroglyphs, and their interpretations are subjects of ongoing scholarly study. The interpretation of the term Kemet is based on linguistic analysis and the context in which it appears in the ancient Egyptian text. Now, this was what me and Reggie was talking about. All right, it says 1, hieroglyphic evidence. I wish I would have did this when Reggie was on here. God damn it. All right. The word Kemet is written in hieroglyphs using the symbols for Kim dot T dot. The symbol for Kim or KM represents a piece of black fertile soil. This hieroglyphic representation reinforces the association of the term with the black land along the Nile. Boom! Yo, listen. Now, y'all know that symbol, right? That symbol, yo, this shit is the bomb. That symbol, they said it was a crocodile scale or, you know what I mean? But they saying that symbol is actually a piece of fertile soil. Yo, this is over for these niggas. It's over for these niggas. Y'all might don't get what I just put down. You dig what I'm saying? But that symbol that they say is either a piece of charcoal, or Reggie and them said it was either a piece of charcoal or crocodile scale, right? This is saying it's a piece of fertile soil, right? And if if you look at it, it actually looks like something got something growing out of it. Those, you dig what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Right. So, these niggas dumb. They dumb. They are stupid. Oh my God, yo. Like, this shit is crazy. All right, so it says the symbol for Kim represents a piece of black fertile soil. This hieroglyphic representation reinforces the association of the term with the black land along the Nile. Reggie, if you there, you're dead, bro. You're dead. It's not talking about skin. The glyph is even referencing the goddamn land. And that's what I was trying to tell him, because I said the word ayat, right, from a later period was always used in association with Kemet, the older term. And the word ayat is I-A-T, lowercase I, capital A, lowercase t, right? Now, when you put that in the goddamn, what they call it, the TLA, right? That shit comes back as Egypt, right? And is referencing the land. That's what I was trying to tell. I said that later word that they know what it means, right? That's always used in reference to the Kemet, and in a later in a more recent period, always was in reference to land. So that's why they connected Kemet to mean that it had to be talking about land, because the other words that they used in later periods that was in connection with Kemet meant land also. And we know that Kemet means black, or Kim means black, so they knew that it was talking about black land. Now, this glyph was a reference to land. It was a piece of land, a piece of the Nile silk, the part that grows the fuck. Y'all niggas are done. All right? Don't ever talk to me no fucking more, right? We have confirmation. Now, well, I have confirmation. Y'all niggas gonna keep arguing, right? But it's in confirmation. That shit is not a crocodile scale. You dig what I'm saying? It's actually a piece of land. So we know that the determinative is talking about land. They got it right. Now, it says the word Kemet is written in hieroglyphs using the symbol Kim.T. The symbol for Kim represents a piece of black fertile soil. This hieroglyphic representation reinforces the association of the term with the black land along the Nile. 2, ancient Egyptian texts. Various ancient Egyptian texts refer to the country as Kemet. For example, the Pyramid text, a collection of religious texts from the Old Kingdom, make use of the term. These texts include spells and rituals associated with the afterlife and the journey of the deceased pharaoh. All right? Historical reference. Scholars often rely on historical sources such as the writings of ancient historians and the geographers to understand the terminology used by the ancient Egyptians. Herodotus, the ancient Greek historian, visited Egypt in the 5th century BCE and mentioned the significance of the Nile flood in Egyptian agriculture, indirectly supporting the concept of Kemet as the black land. Y'all niggas are done. While direct ancient Egyptian sources might not explicitly explain the etymology of the term, the consistency of its use in various contexts, and the symbolic representation in hieroglyphs provide strong evidence for its association with the fertile black soil of the Nile. Scholars of Egyptology and linguistics contribute to our understanding of these ancient languages and cultures through ongoing research and analysis. Now, Reggie, Smash, y'all gotta debunk that. This is your task. Where y'all at?
That's white people propaganda. Come on, there's spewing propaganda from white people. Betty's a white scholar who write that. White people. No, I can use that defense now because I hear it being used. I hear it being used. This thing.
Chef, and I find it hard to believe that. I think they know, man.
I know they know. Listen.
I ain't buying that shit.
Listen, they know. If as much as they read this shit, if they don't know, I'm highly disappointed.
Right.
I'm highly disappointed. Right? They know this, so something else is going on here. Right?
Yeah, I said it before, Chef. I'd rather believe that they scamming than to think
that they are that in depth in their understanding. I agree.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I agree. So again, I mean,
listen.
That's crazy.
The only evidence I need on Egypt is Shaka Amos' song. Egypt is a black
Shaka Amos.
When that song touched something inside of me, and it's like a tuning fork. Anybody ever experience a tuning fork when you bang it on something? Mm-hmm. When Shaka sang that song, I knew that Egypt was a black land.
That was a good one.
Egypt is a black land. And if you hear that song and you don't come out saying that Egypt is a black land, that I can show you.
I can show you who Nefertari was. She was black because that's the way that Vine made.
And I've been telling people too, Chef,
that's like my shit.
The Egypt conversation, right? It's tied to a Pan-Africanism, bro. You see what I'm saying? That's why they can't accept the modern ones, bro. See what I'm saying?
I agree.
It's a Pan-Africanist twist to it, bro. You feel me?
I agree. So look, see, y'all not looking on the internet, so let me pull this back up. Because I can't share on this program with y'all and the goddamn... So let me put this up again. Now, this is what I was trying to break down to Brother Reggie. And he knew, and he wasn't trying to let me get my bars off.
Oh, that's what they do.
That's what they do. He wasn't trying to let me get my bars off. Right? So we're going to do this like that, right? Now, I pulled up, this is Ayat or Awat, right? This is the word for Egypt, right? And it says the mounds, right? Referring to land, right? Now, this was the word that in later time was connected to the word Kemet. And this how we know this. We're going to go to this wiki right here. I go to wiki first Look, a Smash, a Reggie. I go to Wiki first, then I end in the TLA. We gonna use that same shit against them, yo. Look, I go to the Wiki first, then I end in the TLA to make sure the Wiki, you know what I mean, is telling me the truth.
Nice. Then you go to the white German.
All right, so right here on the Wiki says Kim, right? The Egyptian hieroglyph for black, right? This symbol right here, boom. According to ChatGPT, that is a goddamn symbol for the land. It's, you know, it's shit growing out of it, right? It's fertile, right? The black soil, right? And it says, it's telling me to reference the water bush right there. So the water bush is the TLA again. So all of them are in agreement, right? That this symbol means black and it's talking about the land. They did. Even the goddamn TLA, which is the water bush, is saying it, right? And right here it says the most common explanation for the hieroglyph is under the gardener's sign list section I for amphibious, animals, reptiles, etc. is a crocodile skin with spines, right? That's, you know, and then it say Rossini and Schumann Atelmi propose that the crocodile skin hieroglyph actually shows claws coming out of the hide, right? That's what they said it meant, right? Besides black, the alternative use for the hieroglyph is for items terminating corning to an end, items of completion, hence a reference to charcoal burning to its ending, right? Now, if you read
what happened?
Hey, if you read this is their book, a Saw and them book, right? A contribution to the debate on the meaning of the place named Kemet, right? So basically, they just went to goddamn Wikipedia because this is verbatim what they said in here. So they use Wikipedia also, all right? They don't be doing all this deep research that y'all think they be doing, y'all. This shit is right here on Wikipedia. Damn near everything they done said, right? They're not doing all of this painstaking research in libraries. Like, yo, they bullshitting us, man. You can Google these niggas off of their point. This shit is right here on the goddamn internet. Some bullshit, man. This is some bullshit. Some bullshit. But anyway, so this is one of Asar's arguments that, you know, Kim means completion, you know, different. This shit right, he say this shit. And then I'm thinking this motherfucker is doing all this research. This shit right here on Wiki on the first goddamn page. I'm disgusted. I am disgusted. And we sitting around telling y'all got to debate. I'm not even looking at y'all fucking debates no more. The motherfuckers up here reading Wikipedia, acting like they doing painstaking fucking research. This is bullshitting us. All right. KM.T. Ancient Egypt is commonly referred to as Kemet, one variant, believed to be a reference to the Black Nile Delta or the Earth, right? This circle with the X in it, right? The determinative, the 049, is used to designate the term for country, inhabited or cultivated land, called the Nawit, or a political designate. It is a circle with a cross which represents a street or town intersection, right? Then it says the 198 BC Rosetta Stone uses black hieroglyph 3 times to make the name of Egypt, Kim.T. Of the 22 place names uses for the name of ancient Egypt, 7 are for the name. God damn it, yo, why is you calling me now? My bad. Is for the name Egypt as Ayat, IAT. Now, notice that this IAT, right? You see this little symbol right here, right? That little hill, or look like a half a circle, right? That's determinative for land, right? It's a hill, they saying, right? It says this signifies the soil of Egypt, right? This signifies the soil of Egypt, all right? Which is the Greek form of Egypt, signifying it as the divine place of the mound of creation and the fertile black soil of the land after the inundation. Note the double hieroglyph, right? In Gardner, N23 is used as the 2 lands, Upper Egypt and Lower Egypt, and the common use of Tamari, and additionally as uses of Horus or the 2 lands. Now, everything that they're using to describe Egypt in every period, it has something to do with land and not people. So if they were using these glyphs right here, it meant land then. So obviously this Kim up here meant black land. You see, look, if y'all can see, here go the mound right here. If this means land, I gotta blow it up. Y'all niggas are done. I'm doing work on y'all right now. I'm doing metal netter work on y'all niggas right now. Reggie, pull up. Pull up. Look, this glyph right here, this half a circle, this hill, right? It's talking about land. Right here in the name Kemet, this black Kemet, right? That means black. This means land, and this means locale or polity. It means black. It's talking about the land. It's not talking about the color of the people. It's right here in y'all fucking faces on Wiki. Y'all niggas can't read the Merunetta. I'm done with y'all. I'm done. Oh my God. Can y'all see that, Sosa?
Yeah.
Y'all see that? This glyph right here means, not this one, this half circle, it means land right here. That means land. It's right here in Kemet. They gonna tell you that this means black. These 2 glyphs together, right? This is black. This, we just seen that this circle, this half a circle or hill means land. And this is talking about a city or intersection or place or locality where people live at. So it will read the black land where people live at. It gotta mean that. The black land where people live at, or the black land, city, or place. Where is it talking about the color of the people's skin? Y'all niggas are fucking crazy. Y'all are fucking crazy and y'all lying. Right? Y'all are crazy and y'all fucking lying. It's over. I'm not talking to y'all about it no more. Thank you, Chat GPT. Do anybody want to add on to this? Because I feel like it's overkill at this time.
Nah. Like I can't. All right, Ben came to the conclusion, bro. Like, they can't be this incompetent, bro. You know what I'm saying? Like, I give him more credit than that. You feel me? Like, no. So
nuts. It's nuts. Like now they're going to rebuttal all around this. They're going to rebuttal all around this. They're going to talk so much shit, how I don't know what I'm talking about. And they're going to go to all it. Listen, bro, don't argue with me. Argue with the TLA and argue with Wikipedia. Because remember, everybody is wrong and y'all niggas right. You dig? Everybody is wrong and y'all niggas right. So that 049 glyph, again, is representing a country. But this mound right here, this little hill means land. And if Kim means black, it's talking about the goddamn land. It's so fucking clear. How did y'all get it means land of black people?
Or the black collective.
Or the black collective. What? How did y'all just fuck that up like that? Make that make sense. And if it put people in it, it gotta be talking about the people of the black land. It has to go together. What? Why are we so stupid and y'all so smart? Like, why is the collective of academics so stupid and Reggie and Smash and Asar and Wujai is just so smart? Are they pulling our leg? Like, I'm reading the Medu better than you niggas right now. I'm demonstrating on you niggas. You feel me? Stu Peas, where you at? Tell me why I'm wrong. Where you at?
I ain't heard from Stu Peas ass in a minute.
Yeah, Stu Peas gone. I'm about to go over to Smash, yo.
Smash Live? All right.
Yeah, Smash Live. We going over to Smash. Merry Christmas to everybody. Jabari did his numbers. Don't disrespect the Shrine of my eye. We back in here. Let me see. I got boom. And we out. All right, Sosa, my nigga.
All right, bro. Peace.
All right, peace. And we did it, y'all. And I gotta go to work in the morning. And the show over by 10:30. That's how you do it on Christmas. How much fun it's gonna be together this Christmas. The fireside is blazing bright, and we're caroling through the night. And this Christmas will be a very special Christmas for me. Go Jabari! Ruin them niggas' Christmas, Jabari. Presents and cards are here. My world is filled with cheer and you. This Christmas to find as we look around.
Your eyes outshine the town they do.
This Christmas, like the show, love the show. We gotta get it pumping, y'all. And this Christmas will be a very special Christmas for me. Yeah.
Shake a hand now.
Jabari is the Grinch that stole Garfield's Christmas.
The fireside is blazing bright.
We're caroling through the night, and this Christmas will be a very special Christmas
For me, yeah. Hang all the mistletoe. I'm gonna get
Merry Christmas, y'all. I'm gonna get off work early tomorrow and we right back in their ass.
And as we trim the tree, how much fun it's gonna be.
And we going hard. We going hard, y'all.
Christmas, the fireside is blazing bright. We're caroling through the night, and this Christmas
Will
be a very special Christmas
for me. Yeah.
Merry Christmas. Shake a hand now.
Hey, y'all.
Brother, Merry Christmas. All over the land.
Hey, y'all, man. Merry Christmas, man. Look. Man, long as y'all keep showing love, we gonna keep coming back. We gonna try to, really push this channel 2024. We going harder than ever, right? It's the Carnivorous Podcast. Live shows, we are in here. We gonna get to the information, right? We checking all these niggas. We checking them all. All right? We have no friends. And we ain't finished dealing with Chief X, Black Egypt debunk, right? I'm gonna try to finish that out before the new year start because I want to go into the new year with all new information. So we on Chief X head, right? We on Chief X head. My man Sirius B Brendan gave me the whole workup on his Black Egypt debunk. He timestamped everything for me. So we really got a good roadmap to really dissect that. We gonna see what he got wrong and what he got right. Yeah, you on the hot seat now, Chief X. You are in my crosshairs. Bah! And we'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace. Merry Christmas, niggas.